And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the KSL, the Korean StarCraft League, week number 72. Whew. Your bi-weekly dose of Korean StarCraft. We're here. It's good to be back. Good to return. And we have quite a bracket ready for you. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is stacked, the bracket is live, and we have our first series of the broadcast. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the pink Protoss player from South Korea, representing among SC2 people. It is Ateshi. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Chilean Terran player, the blue Terran. It is Luciano. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as it is Gamba time. And yeah, good morning. Buenos dias, baby. Buenos dias. Good morning. Well, God, I did wake up like not too long ago. We're here, we're back, we are ready for some StarCraft, and oh boy, looking forward to it. Of course, there is a lot to discuss and a lot to go over, especially probably towards the end of the broadcast. Definitely news has been announced recently, and I mean, most likely we'll talk about it during the podcast at least, but during the end of the broadcast we'll probably have something to discuss. But for the most part, we could focus on our matches, focus on our games, and already we open up with a proxy. Hello, Teshi. What do you have for us? What do you got? Meanwhile, as we said, a little big shout out to C Grail in the chat. Thank you so much to C Grail for subscribing for 26 months. 26 months, over 2 years of support. Thank you so much, C Grail, for the support. We do appreciate it as we settle into our best of 3. Thank you, C Grail. Thank you. As a way for the Cybercore to finish, based on location, this looks like a proxy Stargate. So proxy Stargate out of Ateshi. The goal would be proxy Oracle to dive into the main. Yep, there we go. Stargate has been placed. Oracle's into the main base to wreak havoc, to get some economic damage done, and we'll see how much damage we will achieve. Alas, Luciano for the time being is chilling out back at home. We did have our initial opener. It was a Rax expand, a CC on the high ground, more economic start here out of Luciano, and with this getting into his own eventual natural, but scouting is limited, just now moving out of the Reaper, and the Reaper needs to confirm that the tech is missing. As the Reaper does move out, takes down a probe, takes down a worker, slips into the main base, and gets a full scout, and with this should confirm, hold up, something is wrong, something is amiss. Where's the Twilight Council second gateway? Where is the Stargate? Where is the tech? Nowhere to be found, not yet. That's that Oracle again, it's on the way. First Zealot does arrive, chipping away at the front door. Reaper does race back home to help deal with said Zealot. Not quite. So actually, looking. Scouting. Does scout the third base before turning back around. Likewise, Luciano going for his 1-1-1. Anti-air is quite limited, and I'm concerned. How much anti-air do we have? We have 2 Marines. We have 2 Marines here. The Oracle is diving into the main base. Lack of anti-air is concerning, and how much damage is going to be done. The Oracle could honestly kill the Marines as well, and SCVs are going to be going down. Gets 1, it gets 2, gets, up to almost 3. Up, not quite. Yeah, barely not. So 2 SCV kills, nothing too major here. Thankfully, no major damage. Alas, Luciano, he does defend, he does hold, and Luciano, he can continue. I was concerned this was going to get even more done. I was concerned that the Marines would not be enough, but thankfully, Luciano, he does hold the line. He did react in time as well, and the game will continue. He can now expand, and we can embrace our TVP. Whew, let's go. Let us go. We can base our TVT. Tank production has begun early on. With this early tank production, I'm leaning towards an early move out. Typically, we wouldn't really begin these tanks this quickly, so I'm feeling early tanks maybe into medevac production. We'll see what is done with this reactor into an early move out here from Luciano. I know he's not too fond of this matchup and will most likely commit to an all-in if need be. Going to be opening up double Viking initially. Tank gets spotted, and Ateshi rushing into a very fast third base. Jesus, oh my god. But when it comes to third base timings, usually we see at the most greediest 2-gate blink into a third. This is a third base on 1 gateway, by the way. There's nothing to defend. 1 gateway into a third expansion. Hyper greed here from Ateshi, now going for a delayed gateway explosion, delayed blink stalkers as well. Thankfully for Ateshi, Luciano is not pushing. Thankfully that Luciano is not moving out, he's staying back at home. Because of that, Ateshi can get away with this. So again, very greedy build. Likewise, knocking down those rocks. Oracle dips back in. The Vikings are in position. Vikings will zone away. And we'll see when and if Luciano does move out. He's getting another wave of Vikings as well. He's getting up to 4 Vikings. That's quite a lot of Viking production. I'm a little bit concerned about that. Okay, never mind. I was assuming that we were going to get ready for a move out and try to shut down the Oracles. There we go. We do move out, but that's going to be a 3rd TC on the way. So Luciano, he is expanding. Is expanding behind this. But we'll see what he can achieve. Ideally, he would want to kill the 3rd. I was going to say cancel, but the 3rd base is already done. So the pressure is on Luciano. Stays traps on the way. Stalkers, they do meet here in the center to slow down the push. And they don't quite get a tank. They don't quite get the Viking. 1 Marine goes down. Luciano, he rotates over towards the right hand side. We have a Void Ray on the way. Let's go. Void Ray is in production. As Luciano, he does rotate. He does thankfully spot the stasis, I believe. I believe he did spot it. There we go. Triggers the stasis. Does let the Vikings. Does move out. That's going to be a lot of Stalkers. Charge is not yet done. He's going to have 3 tanks. Tanks, they do siege. And Marines, they get in the mineral line, get within range of the Robo. And the Robo looks like it is going to go down. Yeah, massive pickoff. Pylon is going to fall. Just get a recall here. Oh, towards the left-hand side, saving the probes. Getting back to saturation. The Immortal is not going to be a part of this, but Charge is almost done. And with Charge finishing at there, she's going to shut this down. I don't see Luciano defending against this. I mean, he has a decent amount of bio here. Remember, these are vanilla Marines as their stim. Yeah, Charge is done. And at Deshi, he dives in. He dives in, takes down the bio, gets on top of the tanks, and he will completely clean this up. I say that final tank putting in a lot of work. But it does get targeted down. And without those tanks, Ateshi holds. Ateshi holds on, cleans up the army, saves the expansion, did lose the Robo. That was a nice cleanup here from Ateshi. And what did Ateshi lose in that fight? He lost Zealots, more than anything. He lost 3 Stalkers, he lost 6 Zealots, lost the Robo, but a big cleanup, and back at home, what is it to defend? There's a decent line of tanks here. Luciano should be able to hold, but he cannot expand. Oh, and even that hold is a little bit dicey here. There are a couple of tanks, but not many. Yeah, tanks are exposed. He gets 1, he's going to get the other. Zelsay rally from across the map. The final tank does go down. GG gets called. Ateshi snowballs out of control, and Ateshi takes a 1-0 lead. Whew. GG. Ateshi does take a lead again. Luciano was hyper committed with that move out, which is why I was a little bit surprised that he threw down a 3rd TC. It felt very committed, but despite that, he didn't commit to an all-in by throwing down extra rackers and by pulling the boys. So because of that, it was a little bit middle of the road there from Luciano, and he got punished for it. Last, that 3rd base never came into play, and Ateshi snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. Ateshi does claim the initial game, and we'll see if he can claim the series. We'll see if Luciano can bounce back. Let us go. After this series, we'll go over the brackets. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, so we'll be going over that bracket after this matchup. We'll get there. We'll see where that leads. As a game 2 is going to be on Ultra Love. So just setting up the YouTube title. Beautiful. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Green Protoss player, the pink Protoss representing among SC2 people. It is Ateshi. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Chilean Terran player, the blue Terran. It is Luciano. Here we go. Also, shout out to those in the chat. I see Baby Links, of course, getting first crack. Oh no! Feels ping, man. Feels ping. I mean, I can imagine ping from Latino America to Korea is not ideal, for sure, for sure. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But shout out to Turbo Quacker as well. See Ragnar in the chat. Of course, Seagrail. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo están? Este Turbo Quacker. Get some rest, Bobby. Get some rest. I appreciate that you're here, but hopefully you're somewhat rested for work soon. TM. I think she's so happy. 15 ms. Yo, I've never played on that low ping before. That is crazy. I think even from Australia I get like 50 ping to the Australian server or something like that. Maybe like 80 ping. It's crazy, crazy. But here we go. We do have, was that me? Did I actually do that? But we do have our initial setup here. It is going to be the proxy gateway, proxy gate out of Ateshi. Likewise, Luciano setting up here, going ranks expand, economic open on the high ground. Let's go for more economic start. And we'll see how Ateshi pops off. Now, he has one gateway back at home and one across the map, so this is not the most committed build out of Ateshi, but he can make that initial Zealot. He can reinforce with a Stalker here in the center, and then reinforce with an Adept from across the map. So hyper aggression. The goal typically with this build is to delay the CC on the low ground, but as you can see, the CC is a little bit safer here, and it was built first, so the CC is complete. So the command center will not be delayed, but the base can be. We may just be trying to contain Luciano on one base. We can try to chip away at the depot as well. We'll see what Ateshi can get done. As is that Stalker, and there is that Adept. So a bit of everything, a bit of a kitchen sink. Zealot's waddle up the ramp. Likewise, Luciano, he did go reactor first. Oh, no, Marine. Okay. He went Marine reactor, so at least he has a Marine here to defend, but the Marine can be focused down by the Stalker. And with that depot, it may just go down. Boys are being pulled. SCVs can be targeted. Yeah, and we do have the mass repairs, so the SCVs, they will be able to maintain themselves just barely. Oh my god, the Marine taking a lot of hits. Oh no! Marine has to be careful. But at least Luciano is holding, and he's massing up more Marines. As the Marine count builds up, he can hold. Meanwhile, Adept has arrived. Oh, gets a Marine. God. And the Marines are going to go down one after the other. There's a Widow Mine on the way that will help at least somewhat. Another Marine falls. And this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of control here. The Widow Mine can maybe take down the Zealot, but the gateway count is just getting higher and higher. The wall does crumble. Zealot baits out the shots. Oh, we have the Emperor. No, we have the Emperor, but the Widow Mine goes down, and that might just be game. Yeah, then and there, the Marines are falling one after the other. Again, there was no bunker on the high ground. Without a bunker, there's no defense. Well, I should say that it's just the loss is just going to be too great here, as that's going to be how many? 11 SCV kills, 11 workers going down. The Marines, they stand no chance. There's nothing. There's just nothing to defend. And GG gets called. Unfortunately, no bunker on the high ground, no defense, and Ateshi will snowball out of control. Ateshi will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Ateshi as he does claim the series. Congratulations. My condolences to Luciano. Again, when it comes to the response of that initial gateway aggression, especially when the second gateway unit arrives, the first Zealot is relatively normal, like going for a Zealot across the map, but the proxied Stalker here does typically mean that you do need a bunker. You need a bunker to defend, you need a bunker to hold. Without that bunker, you saw the Marines are fragile. The Marines, they go down one after the other, and despite the repairs, there's no real defense that can be made. And with that, GG, well played. Ateshi does advance on, and now we can have a look at the bracket itself. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back of yourselves here. We do have some updates, and we have the rest of the bracket to just indulge. Ooh, okay, that is a very, very stacked bracket here. We have Ateshi advancing on to face off against Dark. Now, I say that, if you recall, we did have a farewell show match for Dark last week, and As Dark did announce that he is going to the military in early April. We just began April. We're thinking like first, maybe second week of April is the most that we can confirm. And I say that also just to emphasize, because Dark is not here at the moment. Dark, he did check in, but he may not be available. So there's potential for a walkover. We'll see what happens. We'll see if Ateshi does get a series or if he does get the walkover instead. Meanwhile, we do have Lemon. He does take down 3.2 to 1. Big. That was a fast series. that was a very fast series. That was faster than R1. Oh my god. So very fast series there. Lemon does take down 3.2 to 1. Lemon does advance on to the next round. Scrolling down, we have Hapsaya. Hapsaya takes down Flip Flatjack 2 to 0 up against Rogue in the next round. In a PVZ, we have Classic up against Inexorable about to begin as well. Ooh. We do have Classic versus Inexorable about to begin. Likewise, we do have Cure waiting for the winner of Gilliman and Patches in a TVT, I believe. Scrolling down, we have Creator up against Rebellion in a PvP. ByuN waiting for his opponents, waiting for ByuN or Reciprocity. Likewise, Bunny up against Mute at the bottom of the bracket. So we have the second round getting underway. As I did mention, we will most likely be following Inexorable into Classic, as again there is potentially a walkover for Ateshi just because Dark is not here. Smurge, papi, smurge. Here we go. As we are just setting up and getting things going. I believe we're in the round of 16. Yeah, round of 16. Beautiful. Good in Australia is like 15 MS or 20. Never experienced it before. One day. We have our series. And ideally, we're going to be following this into hopefully a historic matchup while we can, as the rest of the bracket is progressing. But here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold. We have our South Korean Protoss player. We have our Blue Protoss. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Yellow Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Inexorable. And they get a big shout to Inexorable, a player that I haven't casted in far too long. He is a Brazilian Terran player, but over the past month, he has not been playing in Code for Giants Cup. Code for Giants Cup, I'm at this StarCraft host open as well. He hasn't been competing, he hasn't been playing, so I did reach out. I was like, yo, Happy, what's going on? where have you been? And Inexorable, he did just explain that he has been busy with college exams. He's been busy with exams at the moment, so he just hasn't been able to compete, hasn't been able to play. Thankfully, he has found some time here over the weekend to find some time for the KSL. That's why he hasn't been competing in the Brazilian bi-weeklies and monthly tournaments, at least in the most recent couple of events. So best of luck with your exams, Inexorable. And again, coming into this classic is going to be the favorite player. Inexorable is a great player in his own right. He is more of an up-and-comer in the Latin American region and Latin American scene, and we'll see how we can compare. We shall see. As we do have our initial Gate Expand or Gate Cyber Expand here by Classic Standard Opener. Likewise, we have Inexorable going for an Economic Opener as well, going for a ranks into CC. So economic start here from our Terran. Oh, also before I forget, Gamma Time predictions. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat with your predictions. Nice the easy fill. Oh, good luck with your tabletop game. Good luck. As we do head out. Now with this opener here, so far we're playing it safe. We do have the safety bunker on the low ground to make sure that the initial adept does not wreak havoc. Speaking of adept is moving out across the map. If the bunker was not here, then this CC could be delayed and there could be a bit of havoc being wreaked. But thankfully with that bunker, inexorably he should be okay. Classic can shade into the mineral line and deny mining time for a time. That is true. You can delay the economy, but it shouldn't deal any critical damage as the bunker is complete. And Inexorable's looking solid. So far so good. As we mentioned, Adept does shade into the mineral line and will delay any kind of economy here. Catching one of the Marines as well. At least trying to. Oh! Ooh, gets punished though. One Marine for one Adept. That is a little bit greedy here from Classic. Not too worth it. Classic, he does not get another Marine. Whew. And Inexorable defense. So far so good. Inexorable, he does defend. Likewise, going to be scouting with his neutral Hellion, going for a 1-1-1 follow-up. And meanwhile, back across the map, we have our tech of choice. And Classic, he will go for his Twilight Council. So Twilight Council follow-up here at a Classic. Twilight Council into Blink. Gateways being thrown down. Classic is settling in. Oh, he does settle in, but it's settled into what? We have 3 gates on the way. 3 gates on the way. A 4th gateway is already done, so it's going to be 4 gate Blink Stalker at a Classic. Hyper aggression here from our Korean Protoss player. This is where I am now concerned for Inexorable. Up until this point, he's been looking good. He's been able to get his natural up and running, get into his opener. So far, so good. But now it's about scouting, and the scout is denied. The Hellion does get eyes on 1 gateway and 1 robo, but that's not the biggest of tells. Again, Inexorable, he did not go for a Reaper opener, so he never got into the main base. He doesn't know how many gateways there are. He doesn't know what exactly is going on. He needs to defend back at home, and he is getting to his tank production. That is true. Ooh, investing into Matrix, that's gonna be an upgrade that I don't see coming into play, to be honest. It's an interesting one. It's a little bit old school. These Matrix openers used to be a lot more common back when tank pushes were in the meta, and back when robo openers were in the meta as well. I'm referring to robo opener into Fast Colossus. This was like a year ago, 2 years ago, but here and now it's not as effective, and here comes the 4 gate Blink, and right now we need tanks. We need tanks more than anything, and right now there's only 1 tank. 2nd tank is on the way. Classic is moving in. And he can dive right into the main. The main base is exposed. Inexorable's not ready. There we go, tank does arrive just in time. Classic, what does he see? What does he want? He wants the tank here, blinks in, the tank is going to be targeted down, boys are being pulled, but the tank does fall. Massive pickoff, bunker's next, nice control. Yeah, bunker gets picked up, very nice control here from Classic. Does blink away, does lift those stalkers. Oh, the stalkers are very low HP. Still barely able to get extra damage. Blinks on forward, tanks some shots, he wants that tank and he will get it. Oh, the auto turrets though, very nice punish. Yeah, very nice punish from the Raven. Auto turrets get thrown down, stalkers do fall. That's going to be how many? That's 10 stalkers falling for 2 tanks in a bunker. And Inexorable, he's barely holding on. Whew. Again, clutch auto turrets. As you mentioned, like, the Matrix doesn't really come into play. It's like, Classic, he's not done. He's an animal. He just keeps on going, goes for the warp in. Behind this, third base has been thrown down. Blinks into the main. Oh, and this came to the production. Can he deny stim? Oh, it's 50-50. He's going for the Northern Tech Lab. Do get the repair. Repair goes off. Marauder's going to be going down. Oh, there is no stim. There's another auto turret. Yeah, the auto turret does hold the line, and Inexorable holds. Whew. Does hold on. Again, it was not an easy hold, and GG, I say he holds on. Inexorable, he has been broken, does tap out, and Classic will take the game. Whew. GG. Inexorable, he did lose all of his tanks, and Classic, he just wasn't stopping. He was warping in wave after wave of stalkers, and despite the initial hold, or despite surviving the aggression there, alas, the spirit was broken, and Classic takes the lead. Whew. Does take lead, but a very intense defense there. Very intense defense there by Inexorable. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. Here we go. Oh my, Raven and Interference Matrix. Yeah, it's just a very old school style. Very old school. If you're not up against a robot opener, then it's, I would say, wasted resources just because there's no purpose for it. There's no purpose for the upgrade, I mean. What I mean by robot openers, they used to be very meta back in the day, and you would open up Colossus, and as you can imagine, the Matrix will disable Colossi, and then that allows you to go for a 2-base all-in. So you can go into a 2-base all-in, a 2-base timing, move out, Matrix a Colossus, and then end the game. That used to be very trendy, like maybe 2 years ago. That was actually before Matrix was an upgrade. Back then, Matrix came with the Raven, so you didn't even have to upgrade it, but then it got nerfed. That's why the upgrade was introduced, to delay those kind of builds, to make it a bigger investment. But on top of that, the meta also shifted away from robot openers anyway, and we don't see those kind of initial Colossus anymore. But here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, leading the series 1-0. It is Classic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the yellow Terran player, with the yellow Terran himself, the Brazilian Terran from for the Platinum Heroes. It is Inexorable. I almost said the Brazilian player from Brazil. I mean, I just wake up, Papi. I just wake up. Aye. But here we go. Here we go. But now, once again, Economic Opener going for a Rax Expand, a single gas. Ooh, single gas, but the SCV does go down. Aye. A rough pickoff. So already a very nice start for Classic. That should not have happened. And already I'm a little bit more concerned here for Inexorable, as he's going to be opening on Marine first. He will eventually expand on the low ground. And Classic back at home just going for a Gate Cybercore into Nexus. Standard Opener. Standard Opener out of Classic. Inexorable, he does get a CC. And we'll see how we settle it. Oh, hello, Garlic Beats in the chat. Hello. ¿Qué tal? Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you happen to be. So from here we are just settling in. We have our initial bunker. Unlike the previous game, we don't have as heavy adept aggression yet. The first adept is still moving out across the map though, and yeah, we're gonna have to have a repeat of that previous defense. Inexorable, he held very nicely in game 1, but what about in game 2, as we have the first and the second adept on the way. And speaking of, the adept does shade in. Takes a lot of hits though, and once again the first adept goes down, this time for not a single unit. Okay. let's go. Inexorable popping off. Shuts down the first adept. The second one is moving in. But now we have the Hellions on the way, and this time Inexorable should be looking solid. He shouldn't really take any losses here. Marines in position. And Classic does pull away. Now, as we settle into this, sorry, my apologies. Same builds. When I say same builds, it is going to be once again the initial Raven opener into Interference Matrix. Meanwhile, Classic 4-gate blink. We have 2 gateways done. We have 2 more on the way. It's going to be 4-gate blink Stalkers at a classic. This is a repeat from both sides of game number 1, and we'll see if Inexorable will have a cleaner defense. Even though Inexorable, he was like barely like treading water last game, the damage was still being done. He still lost all of his tanks. He still lost his bunker. He still bled out a lot of marauders. Still sustained a lot of losses here. We'll see if he can pull off something a little bit stronger, as Classic is once again moving out. Same build, same aggressive style. So Classic is pushing. Likewise, back at home, the first tank is just now popping out. And from here, Classic, he can try to dive into the main. The tank does siege in between the bases. This time a second bunker from Inexorable. A blind second bunker. Okay. Being hyper safe. This will help. Stalkers, they dive in, they focus on the first bunker. Bunker goes down, no repair. Tank out of range. Yeah, tank a little bit too far back, has to reposition. Worst case scenario for Inexorable. He blinks in, takes down the tank. Not a single tank shot goes off. And this time, Classic a little more successful here. So much damage being done. This time we do see the Prism going for the warp-ins. Zealots, they do warp into the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down. Stalkers, they focus on the Raven. GG gets called. Inexorable is broken. And Classic will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. This time Inexorable did position his tank in between the bases to be a little bit safer, but that meant that there was a bigger opening in the natural. Classic, he just dove into the natural base, he focused on the bunker, repairs not in time, tank was out of position, out of range. GG. GG, well played. That tank never got a single shot off, and without any tank defense, without any tank support, that's game. That's game. Then and there, Classic does overwhelm, and with that, Classic does advance on into the next round. Does advance on. Let's catch up on the brackets. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Ooh, there's that walkover that we did mention. Again, Dark, he already had his farewell show match not too long ago, and he also said that most likely he wasn't going to be able to play in another KSL. Dark, he did check in, but as you can see, Dark was unavailable. So Ateshi gets a walkover. We have Ateshi versus Lemon in the 3rd round in the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, we do have Rogue still up against Hapsaya, and Classic is waiting for the winner of Rogue and Hapsaya in the quarterfinals. Waiting in the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, Gilliman does take down Patches 2-0. Does advance on a face-off against Cure in a TVT. It's going to be a Terran versus Terran. Creator up against Rebellion in a PvP. We have ByuN still waiting for the winner of Chrome and Reciprocity. And also Bunny up against Mute in a Protoss versus Terran matchup. Here we go. So still a lot of matches ongoing. For the most part, the first round has concluded, and we are advancing on into the round of 16. To the round of 16, but it looks like we're gonna have some downtime. Looks like we do have some time to ourselves here, as there's still a lot ongoing. Personally, I'm trying to latch on to the potential Rogue versus Classic match. It looks like a lot of fun. Looks like a blast getting into that ZVP. Otherwise, and following that into the upper matches, into the upper semifinals, the lower matches are looking to be a little bit slower. They're a little bit slower. They're still progressing, and still gonna take a little bit of time to really get going. So we do have some downtime. I played random versus random, then forgot my opponent was random. Este Hyper One. SMH, papi. SMH, my hedge. The hell's going on? God damn it. Meanwhile, looks like Creator versus Rebellion. Oh, still ongoing. But again, I guess we're probably just gonna wait. I think it's probably wise for us to wait here for Hapsaya versus Rogue to open up. They are currently mid-series. I don't think they're being casted by anyone. I would have to double check though. Let's see. Oh, never mind. Enki. Okay, Enki is casting them. Let us have a look. Enki is covering that series, and Enki, he is in game number 2. Okay, so Rogue is up 1-0 versus Hapsaya, and they're playing on Talisman. So either Hapsaya wins this next match and we have an ace match, or up next will be Rogue versus Classic. So we can set up. Un momento. The TVP build, he was Zerg. God damn it. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, random can be difficult to play against, for sure, for sure. SMH, Hyper 1, SMH. But yeah, I guess for now we're going to be going on a short break. Before we jump into our next series. Again, we're going to be waiting for Rogue, or the potential Rogue versus Classic, or Rogue versus Hapsaya. If you want to tune in to some of that casting over in Spanish, then bam, I got you covered. The link is in the chat. Enki Alexander, he's casting in Spanish. Casting that series in Spanish, so he's got you covered. I'm going to be watching on my other monitor, waiting for it to open up, waiting for it to conclude. As Hapsaya is going into Glaives and Rogue is blindly rushing into Roaches on. That's a 330 to 320 Roach Warren at a Rogue. Things are not looking so hot here for Hapsaya, based on the openers. Oh, he cancels. Yo, they're popping off. He cancels back. He's crazy. But yeah, we're going to be going on a short break. So we're going to be seeing you soon after said break with some more KSL, with some more StarCraft. See you soon. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OST as we have returned with our first quarterfinals match. Let's go again. Shout out to Enki Alexander, the Spanish caster, for covering Hubsai versus Rogue. Did just conclude. Rogue took down Hubsai 2-0, and now we have our next series, Classic versus Rogue, in the quarterfinals. PvZ. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Era Home, we have the blue Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, also from South Korea. It is Classic. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming into this, I'll be honest, this could have been a finals even. Like Classic and Rogue, they're both amazing players. They're both some of the best players in Korea in their own right. I would say, looking at the bracket, Rogue is the best Zerg player on the bracket, as he is the only Zerg, I guess, to be fair. And Classic being the strongest Protoss player on the bracket as well. But they're facing off in the quarterfinals, and we'll see who can make it to those semis. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for an ace match. We'll see how our players do embrace Era Home of all maps. Welcome one and all. You might be looking at this, might be thinking, hold up, Era Home, I didn't see that on TLMC 20. What's going on? Where are we? Well, this is a unique map to the KSL map pool. This is an older TLMC map from Team Liquid map contest number 17, not 20, and it is a rush map. It is straight up a rush map, very short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored on this map as a result, and we often see shorter games. We often see all-ins on Era Home. What I mean by that, third base to third base from this expansion to this expansion, we have one screen worth of room here between base and base. We do see that Rogue is just taking his natural for the time being. We have seen a lot of players expand away from their opponents just to try to make the map a little bit longer, just to try to get away from each other. Despite that, still short games are favored here. Now, when it comes to some of the defensive features, we do have a ramp coming into the natural, we have a ramp coming into the triangular third base, and we have a very narrow choke point here in the center as well. So there are some areas where you can take some greater fights even with a smaller army, but if you don't take advantage of these locations, then the game can end real fast and real quick. Oh boy. So we'll see how we open up so far. Standard opener, Twilight Council, Stargate by Classic. I was locked into the TVP earlier, but it's going to be a Stargate opener out of our Protoss player. Stargate into Oracle across the map. The Oracle is rallied as we speak. At least his Stargate is rallied, I should emphasize. Could be a Void Ray opener. True, typically a Void Ray is designed to hunt down the Overlords, just to deny vision, deny scouting, and to keep the Zerg player in the dark. So we'll see what we do open up with. Based on the rally, it does feel like an Oracle, but we'll see. Likewise, across map, Rogue Key does expand away from Classic. So again, Rogue just trying to get as much room between himself and Classic as he can. We'll see which expansion Classic goes for, whether he expands towards his opponent or away from his opponent as well. We shall see. As the players are setting up, settling in. Link speed is on the way. Rogue, he pulls out of gas, droning up. When it comes to Rogue's preferred style in this matchup, as with a lot of matchups, I would say that Rogue, he is very mid to late game oriented. I'll say very mid game oriented. He's very prone and very fond of rushing into lurker tech, like rushing into like skipping Evo Chamber, skipping Roach Warren, going into Hydras, Ling Hydra into fast Lair, into fast lurker tech, into fast Hive. That is at least what we've seen a lot from Rogue in ZVT and in ZVP as well, but we'll see. On a smaller map, it's going to be more difficult to get away with that. So I'm leaning towards a Roach Warren. Roach Warren would be a very safe way to play this out. Very safe. We'll see if he goes for it. For now, Classic does take down the active tumors. Will threaten a shade into the bases. Alas, Rogue, he doesn't take the, or I should say Classic doesn't shade in. Rogue is keeping up. Meanwhile, it was the Oracle opener. We can see Classic expanding towards his opponent. Classic expanding towards Rogue. So Classic, he might be more assertive from here. Does move in with his second Oracle. Headed for the mineral line. Queens are in position, and the Oracles take a lot of hits. Yeah, they take a lot of damage. Getting 2 drone kills. 3 drones so far. Not bad. 3 workers go down. Twilight Council's on the way. Twilight Council to Forge into +1 and Blink. And we'll try to keep an eye on the gateway count here of Classic to see if he does go for a massive explosion into a 3-base all-in. That's what we are looking for. That's what we are waiting on. As Adepts, do shade across the map. We now have 3 oracles active, 1 on the right, 2 on the left. 4th base being taken. Classic does spot the 4th. He shouldn't, I was gonna say he shouldn't be able to cancel, but that's a lot of DPS. He's going for the cancel, going for the denial. Massive pick off, 1 oracle goes down, and nicely done here by Rogue. He does at least get the oracle, but that is still a denial of the base. Stasis coming in. Rogue does react in time. And how many gates so far? I believe that's going to be a 6-gate setup from Classic. Lings, they get across the map. It's going to be a Stalker, not Adept to defend. So the Stalkers are going to go down. Massive pickoffs. Rogue popping up. He gets 2. Takes down 2 Stalkers before getting the hell out of there. Very efficient trade here from Rogue. And behind this, we did speak about it. He is skipping his Roach Horn and going into... Oh, sorry, he did get the Roach Horn, but he's going into the Hydra Den. So at the start of the game, we did mention how Rogue is very fond of going into Hydra and going into Lurker tech specifically. We'll see if that will be the case even here at Errorholm. Did go for a safety Roach Horn, but as you can see, he's not making any Roaches. The Roach Horn is just in case there was some early Adept aggression, just in case he needed it. So it was a safety Roach Horn. Ideally, he does want to skip Roaches and make Hydras instead. There it is. Hydra range is on the way. From here, we should go into +1 range as well. Hydra production has begun. Lings coming in for the surround. They do catch out 1 Adept. 1 Adept falls. Nicely done. Ooh, but the rest they shade into the mineral line. 3 drones going to be going down. Very nice pickles here by Classic. He will get surrounded. It's going to be 4 drones in total. And he also scouts the Hydra Den. So nice scout there from Classic. Behind this, going to be following this up with extra gases. So he's not going for a 3-base all-in. Throws down extra gases. He does delay his gateways. And he's going for a faster storm. So Classic building up towards a later game. Rogue, he does get eyes on the 4th, and he may be able to force a cancel, but now the Stalker's in position. Rogue, he does miss his moment. As Rogue is going to be forced back. Again, still building up his Link Hydra. What we're waiting for here is whether or not Rogue saturates his 4th base. For the time being, he's only on 62 workers. He is getting a 5th expansion just for Larva, but he has yet to drone up the 4th. Right now, he's just hyper-fixated on Link Hydra production. Stalkers poke in. They deny active tumors. We can see Rogue trying to set up a surround. Oh, he has to pull back. Doesn't quite pull it off. Does pull away, and it looks like an all-in. And which is to be expected. As we mentioned, like, all-ins are very commonplace here on this map, and this is a 3-base all-in. Yes, there is a 4th expansion, yes, there is a 5th expansion, but that is only for Larva. That is not for saturation, that is not for the economy. Hydras, they catch out the Stalkers. Yeah, Stalkers, they go down. Massive pickoffs. Lings, they chase us down as well. They force a recall. And here comes the all-in back at home. And Classic, is he ready for this? He bled out so many Stalkers. He's trying to rush into Sky Toss. That's not going to happen. Where are the High Templar? How many High Templar? Okay, 4. 4 High Templar moving in. There's going to be 4 Storms. But High Templar, they're exposed. Hydras, they start. Oh god, they take a Storm to the face. We have 2 Storms left. Lings into the mineral line. We're down to 1 Storm. And there's the final Storm, and it's not going to be good enough. Yeah, the Storms, they barely connect. And with that, Rogue, he breaks the expansion. He breaks down the main army. The Stalkers crumble. The High Templar as well. And there's nothing left. There's nothing left. GG gets called. Rogue, he will snowball out of control, taking game number 1. Whew. GG. Rogue, he will take a lead in the series. Again, Rogue coming into this, he did, again, commit. We saw that Classic, unfortunately, he didn't realize that it was an all-in. He was poking, he was prodding, but if he had confirmed the lack of saturation, then Classic wouldn't have been on the map. Remember, it all began with Classic Stalkers getting caught in the center and getting surrounded. They tried to recall. In the process, they lost, what, like 4 or 5 Stalkers, and on top of that, the High Templar were out of position as well. So even though the High Templar were coming in, we saw that Classic, he was taking into Sky Toss, like everything was going south there for Classic. Stalkers got caught out, main army out of position, and he was investing in Stargates and a Fleet Beacon when an all-in was just barreling across the map. GG. GG, well played with that. Classic, he is down in the series. We'll see if Rogue can clean this up or if Classic can bounce back. Let's go. Let us go. So we are going to be getting ready here for that next game. Rogue from the military. Rogue has been back from the military for like a year. What are you doing? S the young poker gamer. But yeah, Rogue, he I say for a year. Rogue, I mean, his big return was last year Star Zagora. That was what? October of last year. But he was also competing before that as well. So he's been back for quite some time. Quite some time. Let's see, in my mind, he's been back since, what, EWC of last year? Let's have a look. He was back since April, yeah, a year. Yeah, there you go. It's been a year. He finished his military last year, March, so he's been competing since April. Like April, May. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, who up in the series, and we'll see if he can close it out. Representing Team Falcons, it is Rogue. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Classic. Yes, Rogue has been back since April of last year, so it's at this point coming up on a year, and he's been having some really good performances. Again, I think infamously he did have his like kind of big showcase during Star Zagora in his matches against Clem. I think like everyone kind of recalls that, and that really kind of put Rogue back on the map. Was his mass Overseer style against Clem. If you recall, it was like mass, like, sorry, I should say mass Hydra Lurker Viper, heavy on the Lurker, and mass Overseer just to shroud and protect his Lurkers, and mass Nidus, of course. Like, it was, yeah, definitely a style that caught Clem off guard. Remember, this was post EWC, post Clem, I mean Clem being the world champion, and Rogue popping off there. It's crazy. It's crazy. Was that with Clem break his keyboard? Clem did not break his keyboard. Aye. And Rogue still plays that way. What I will say is that was a new style, and since then he still continues that style in ZVT, and since then it has more or less been figured out. A lot of the success of that style was just how new it was and how different and innovative it was. But players like ByuN, players like Clem, players like Cure, since then have had much more success at shutting it down and stopping it. But it was fun for the time that it lasted, is what I will say. It was just really cool to see, and again, really innovative. Alas, it's one of those things that where once people see it, they can study it, they can recognize it, and they can shut it down. So after that Star Zagora run, Rogue has had less success with it, but still does embrace it. For now, though, we are going to be settling into game number 2. If you're asking, that's when Clem slammed his desk. Yes. Clem, he did slam his desk in frustrations after that series. But no keyboard was broken. That's we are going to be settling in. To see Classic taking his third. Does take his third base. Going to be a Stargate opener here out of Classic. And once again, we're getting into our game. We do see, oh, actually mixing it up. Okay, up until this point, it's been pretty standard stuff, pretty standard follow-ups. It was going to be a Stargate opener into the double Oracle with a Phoenix follow-up here into a much faster Twilight Council. This looks like Glaive Adepts. I say it looks like, I say this all the time. If this is a normal Protoss player, I would assume Glaives here from Classic. But if we were casting Hero, and Classic does take notes from Hero every now and then, this could be Blink. This could be Blink instead. Into a 3-base all-in. The Phoenix will protect the tech, will shut down the Overlord, will deny the Scout, deny the Vision. Alright, Classic, what do you have for us? What do you got? Yep, Blink. Blink is on the way. So this should be an early Blink timing. Now, the Twilight Council was thrown down really early on when it comes to the progression of the 3rd base. So Blink is already in production alongside +1, and we'll keep an eye on the Gateway Explosion. We're expecting more gateways. And again, the probe is in position. So right now we have a 4-gate setup. From here we can go up to 6, and we can potentially go up to 8 gates. So we'll keep an eye on that probe. As the upside do move out across the map. And there we go. Yeah, more gates are on the way. So currently we're getting up to 6 gateways here from Classic. And if they do move out across the map, they shade past the Queens, headed towards the mineral line. Alas, they don't quite make their way in. Also, big shout out to the chat. Papi God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. I almost said Francesco, but Francois, David, thank you so much, Papi. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for subscribing. Do appreciate the support with the Twitch Prime. Again, you can enjoy emotes. You can join our Discord server. We do give out replay packs to our subscribers. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Meanwhile, Classic takes his gases. Okay, so gases are being taken. This means that we are taking up, and we're actually headed in the same direction that we were last game. In a different way is what I should emphasize, but we're getting in towards not just 8 gateways. We get up to 6 gates, into tech, into storm, into a 4th base. So Classic is taking up. Classic is not going all in. He does have earlier blinks, so he can be more assertive with his stalkers, and we'll see what he can achieve. Now, unlike the previous map, unlike Arrowhome, the rush distance by ground is a lot longer on this map, so to try to be a little bit cheeky here, you can, in a way, get away with it, and we have that from Rogue Spire play, going into Mutas. So as Rogue is taking bases, saturating, droning up, gaining map control with these Lings, he's rushing into Mutas, and we'll see if Classic can punish him. Now, I expected Classic to be more aggressive with these Stalkers, but Classic, he has been skipping Warbins. As you can see, Classic, he hasn't lost anything. He only has 6 Stalkers. Despite having 6 gates, he has been skipping Warpins, preserving his economy, throwing down bases, throwing down expansions, focusing on droning, and now getting into High Templar. So Classic has not been aggressive. Checking his vision, what did Classic see? He saw the Spire. Big Scout. Hallucination got into the main base. We do have a Hydra Den follow-up here, so these Mutas should not wreak havoc. They should not end the game. We have cannons on the way already here on the front lines, and we should be seeing cannons in the mineral lines as well. Big shot on that one. There we go. Just like the last game, second Stargate, Fleet Beacon, this should be for Skytoss. Classic, he did see the Spire. I'm hoping that he reacts to this though, because at the moment the mineral lines are very exposed. There is one Phoenix, that is true, but there are 12 Mutas on the way. This makes it look like Classic didn't click on the building, and I am concerned. I am concerned here. Mutas are moving out. They make their way on the right hand side. Thanks a lot for all the SC2 content. You're welcome, Pap. You're welcome. We appreciate it. As Rogue does head in, there's the recall. The mineral line is exposed. Probe's going to be going down. Ooh, would you get a massive storm though? That's still going to be 9 worker kills. Like where Stalkers warping into the main base, no cannons, no shield batteries. This is doing a lot of damage. At the same time, Rogue does hit that front line. Cannons are going down. Lanes, they collapse on the High Templar. Massive pickups. He gets 1, 2, 3 High Templar. Every single one. High Templar go down, and Classic has been broken. He's been broken before Skytoss. Again, Classic, he did scout the Spire. In a sense, the Hallucination saw the Spire, but Classic did not. Classic, he clearly did not. As Classic, he was torn apart. He was not ready for the Mutas. And these mutas may just end the game. Like, the mutas aren't killing Classic, but the counterattack at the same time is. That's going to be 38 probe kills. Lings are in the mineral line. 40 probes going down. Mutas are still getting more economic damage. Getting up to 43. Yeah, 43 probes. And from here, Rogue is going into Ultras. Jeez. Going into Ultras, baby. And Classic was torn apart. So before he can embrace Skytoss, before he can embrace carriers and a mothership and +1 air attack, it's not going to happen. You can see he was turtling up. He was trying to turtle up, trying to max out on Skytoss. But again, he did not click on that Spire, clearly. And Classic has two options. Either commit to an all-in or try to recover economically. But trying to recover also relies on the Zerg player leaving Classic alone. And that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Rogue should be the first to max out. He's on 89 workers. He has a booming economy. And Rogue should soon push. Just waiting for his lurkers. The lurker upgrades are on the way. Once they're done, Rogue can move out. And Classic eyes. Again, stuck at home. He has a lot of storms, true. Lings, they threaten to run by. Creep is spreading. Rogue is looking very comfortable here. Let's go. We got the Ultras on the way. Now, the purpose of the Ultras in this matchup is going to be to get on top of the High Templar. Is to just barrel through the army, prioritize, and get on top of the High Templar, forcing out storms. Right now, Classic is not ready for Ultras. The counter to Ultras is Immortal, is to get into Immortal production, and the Immortals, they're going to be that buffer to protect the High Templar. But as you can see, we're not ready for that, so we haven't scouted the Ultras. Likewise, carrier production has begun. And here comes the main army. Classic trying to keep up. Lings, they come in for a run by. They go for the cannons. They slip into the mineral lines. Oh, god. Yeah, Lings into the main. Cannons are going down to the Cranklings. Nice storm of the lurkers. Very nice storm. Likewise, a big surround. The lurkers, they all go down. And we do see Rogue overextending. But the Lings are doing so much regardless. Ay, ay, ay. Carriers are spotted. Corruptor production has begun. Yeah, Lings, they break through the cannons. They slip into the mineral lines. More probes going down. You thought you saw damage done earlier. No, mate. Another 40 probes. 78 workers have gone down throughout the course of this game. Insane damage. And now here come the Ultras. We don't want to go in prematurely, though. We want to make sure that we have a maxed out army. There we go. We need to make sure we have support. Ultras and Lings, they're moving in. Storm zones away. The Ultras are breaking through. Oh, massive storm. Oh my god, the storm of the Lings, though. Very nice. Yeah, nice storm there by Classic, but we still have Lings in the main. And Corruptors, they clean up. GG gets called, and Rogue, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. Rogue, he will claim the series. Very nicely done. My condolences to Classic again, especially in Game 2. Game 2, Classic, unlike Game 1, where Classic was missing information. As a reminder, Game 1 was an all-in out of Rogue. He went for a 3-base all-in, where he did cut workers at 62 drones. That's all he had. Went for mass Ling Hydra. In Game 2, and Classic missed it. In Game 2, Classic, he did scout the Spire. He scouted the Spire. It was on Classic to recognize what was going on, but he did not click on the Spire itself, and in the end that led into the mutas going uncontested. It was 12 mutas, and there should have been cannons and shield batteries in every single mineral line, but there wasn't. Likewise, no stalkers either, because even though Classic scouted that Spire, looks like he didn't click on it, looks like he wasn't quite paying attention, and that did cost him the game. Did cost him the game. And with that, that leads us into our semi-finals. Exclamation mark and be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the pack yourselves. We have updates. We have a lot to go over. Okay, from the top. We have Lemon. Lemon takes down Ateshi 2-0. Lemon is waiting the upper semis. And up next, we have another PvZ between Lemon and Rogue. to determine who advances on to the grand finals. Scrolling down, we have Cure. Curie takes down Gilliman 2-0. Creator takes down Rebellion, ByuN takes down Prome, and Bunny takes down Mute. So we have almost purely Terrans down here. Cure, Creator, ByuN, and Bunny. A lot of Terrans and one Protoss. Best of luck to see who advances on into the next round. The lower matches are currently underway. We're going to be focusing on the upper matches. Focusing on those upper semifinals. Un momento. Rogue versus Lemon. Lemon, of course, being the Taiwanese Protoss player. I say Protoss. Lemon, there have been eras in his career where he has competed as Terran or competed as Zerg, but now he is competing as Protoss. A very strong player. I would say the strongest player in all of Taiwan. Nowadays, he has, Haas has retired. Nice has retired. So in the absence of Nice and Haas, I would say that Lemon has kind of stepped up as the best in Taiwan. So a very strong player. And we'll see how he compares. So we're going to be focusing on the upper semifinals, and if we wrap up in time, we might even be able to catch the lower semifinals as well. That would be the ideal. To cover the upper and then the lower matches. And then the grand finals. So we're kind of nearing the end of the broadcast. Again, by the time that Lemon versus Rogue is finished, ideally the lower semifinals are like lined up for us and ready for us to like jump on in. That is the hope. But we'll be back at EWC. No smurge today. There's plenty of reason to smurge, unfortunately. It was an unfortunate announcement. A very, very sad announcement today. Very sad. But we can discuss that later, I think. We can discuss that later. But for now, ignore that. That's I feel like it's pretty important. For now though, we're gonna be going on a break. So with that, take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and we'll be back soon with Lemon versus Rogue. So we'll see you guys after the break. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals, or semifinales, papi, of the Korean StarCraft League week number 72. It's been an intense tournament so far, and we are nearing the tail end of the broadcast. Again, we have potentially 3 series left. The upper semis, the lower semifinals, and then the grand finals thereafter, as we are jumping into our best of 3 ZVP. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Taiwanese Protoss player, the Red Zerg, sorry, the Red Protoss. It is Lemon. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we dive into our semi-finals. Coming into this, Rogue is going to be favored for sure. Lemon has caused upsets in the past. I will emphasize that, at least. That Lemon, he has been able to pop off. But again, a Titan stands before him. Classic just went down. Classic, I would have said, I did say actually, was the best Protoss player in the bracket, with Classic falling. Lemon, he's got some big shoes to fill. He's got some big shoes. We'll see how big his feet are. As for now, we do have our initial gate expand. The gate expand is of course, standard opener here by Lemon. Likewise, Rogue back at home going for its own hatch gas pull. Standard stuff all around. Also, welcome one and all to Amygdala. Amygdala is one of the larger maps of the map pool, a very large map, a very long rush distance by ground. Because of that, it does lead into longer game states. I feel like last game was a good example of that, where Rogue, remember, he joined up to 89 workers, full 4-base saturation with a fifth base as well for Larva, and he was able to max out, get into Hive Tech, and of course, sneak out with those mutas. Muta play is more viable on these larger maps because it is more difficult to scout, and you have more kind of breathing room as well. Even if you get scouted, it takes a little bit longer for your opponent to punish you and your opponent to counterattack as well. You are safer. So on maps like Amygdala, King's Cove, Neon Violet Square, Abyssal Reef, these big, large maps are where mutas can thrive. So once again, mutas are going to be on the table for Rogue, not rushing into mutas, but teching into mutas in the mid game. Not saying that he will, but it is an option, just like last time. So it is going to be an option here for Rogue. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have Lemon just settling in, going for a Stargate opener. Here we go. It is going to be Stargate into Oracle from the side of Lemon. Getting ready for his third base, third expansion. When it comes to these larger maps and trying to get into a longer game state, I mean, we saw that out of Classic in the sense that Classic was attempting to turtle up and get into Skytoss. This is not a bad map to do that on, but you have to be wary of what your opponent's up to, of course, when it comes to keeping up with any kind of hidden tech like those mutas. Now, Lemon, he is one to get into Skytoss, that is true. He has done so in the past, but ooh, that is going to be a Robo follow-up. Okay, this is different. This is quirky. Now, if this is a Robo into a Twilight Council, this screams Archons. This screams Archon drop. Otherwise, this could be a little bit old school. If we don't see a Twilight Council soon, this could be... Okay, there we go. Twilight Council's on the way. Because of this, I'm leaning towards War Prism. I'm leaning towards Temple Archives into Archon drop. That is what we are assuming. But the other option here is to maybe get into a faster Bay, maybe get into a mortar production, into like a Soul Train-esque build. That's a gateway explosion. That's a lot of gateways. Show us what you got. As the Robo is now done, do we go for the Immortal or for the War Prism? That's what we're waiting for. Based on the rally, oh, it's going to be Prism, I'm assuming. Yeah, Prism into Temple Archives into Archon drop. Let's see. Overlord being chased down. Lings are forced back. Where is the tech? Yep, there it is. Temple Archives. So this is a little bit old school. This was popularized in the Altitude map pool. That would have been like 2 years ago. Gee, it's been so long. Around 2 years ago, maybe even a little bit more than that, but this is going to be a delayed Archon drop. Now, the reason why I say delayed, if you know anything about DT openers, that's a faster way to get into Archons, to open up Dark Templar, then to transition into Archon drop, then to harass across the map. This hits later, but is less committed because you get a faster third. It's like a more economic way to embrace Archon drops. Templar Archives is done, and High Templar can now be morphed into Archons. And the goal here is to hunt down Overlords, to hunt down Workers, to pick away at Queens, and to get some damage done, and to gain map control. Now behind this, the big sign here, second Robo. Second Robo gets scouted by the Lings, big scout here for Rogue, so it's going to be Archon drop into Mass Archon Storm, Mass Immortal. This is going to be Mass Immortal here from Lemon. This is a popular style, popularized by a lot of the Polish Protoss players. I'm referring to Christiana, I'm referring to Mana as well. Christiana, Mana, Geralt. A lot of them have been very fond of this style and have been very successful with it as well. Ooh, as we get 7 drones? Jesus. We spoke earlier about the Archon drop potential, and so far 10 Lings, 1 Overlord, and 7 drones go down. Very nice damage. You can see how tanky these Archons are. So far, so good. Oh, I spoke too soon. Archons have to pull away. But again, very nice damage here by Lemon. And again, he's just massing up Immortal Storm. Now, when it comes to this style, it can wreak havoc. Lurkers are not the best answer to this. Like, because of making 2 Immortals at a time, they just break through siege lines of Lurkers. It is crazy how tanky this army is going to be and how much damage you can get done as well. If you remember, this is how Christiana became the Prince of Poland. This was last year if I recall correctly, against a laser. He was kind of like dethroned, and Christiana, he popped off. Again, a lot of the European Protoss players have been embracing this, have been having a lot of success, and have been causing a lot of frustration. This is also why I think it was in the most recent patch, I say most recent patch, end of last year, where the Immortal got nerfed. The Immortal, I believe the attack rate was reduced because of the Mass Immortal that was plaguing the ladder and plaguing the competitive scene. That didn't stop the build. Like, the build is still very much so a thing, but it is a little bit weaker than last year after the patch. But that was the rationale for the Immortal nerf. It is this build specifically. So yeah, it was pretty good. It was pretty good, and it still is viable, of course. Less potent than last year, but still viable nonetheless. As we do have the Lurker Den on the way. So we do see Rogue is taking up into Hydra Lurker. The Immortals are building up. And here we go. Is pushing. Is moving out. Now this is all spotted by the Overseer, so Rogue is fully aware. Storm is already done. It's going to be how many High Templar? It's going to be 4. 4 High Templar here for Lemon. He's got how many Immortals? 7. 7 Immortals, a massive death ball of an army. Nice concave here from Rogue. A very nice arc. The Storms are going to be so crucial. How well can they connect? Again, he's got 4 Storms. Doesn't want to waste them. Ooh, does throw down 2 of them. Does throw down the 3rd Storm. He's got 1 Storm left. I would say a little bit trigger happy here. He has to make them count. 1 more Storm. A decent connection. And here come the reinforcements, and Lemon, he is trying to break through the Immortals that wasting DPS here on the back line. The Hydras, they can do catch him out. It's going to be close. 1 Immortal does fall. He gets 1, he gets 2 Immortals. Oh, the juggling! The juggling is too good. GG gets called, and Lemon, he breaks through the defensive line, and Lemon takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, it is a very powerful push. There's a reason why we did emphasize what I was trying to explain. There's a reason why this build got nerfed. Like, Mass Immortal Archon Storm, it does hit like a truck. And as you can see, even with the concave, and I would even say the Storms weren't even amazing. Like, the Storms, they were grazing the army. We had a decent arc there. Or I say decent, a really good concave, really good arc, really nice spread from the Hydras. I would say that even maybe one of the Storms was a little bit wasted, a little bit trigger happy. Despite that, still had enough with those reinforcing Zealots, and Rogue is broken. And now we're jumping into game number 2. Let's go. We're jumping into game 2, and we'll see if Lemon can snowball out of control. Now, in my mind, I feel like Lemon should be sticking with this. It can be difficult to deal with, but now I'd be more concerned about scouting. Now, the biggest downside of this build, the biggest weakness, no blink. No blink is the big weakness here. What does that mean? That means that something like Spire play can be really effective. Going into a hidden Spire, going into mutas to wreak havoc, to counterattack, to get economic damage can be really difficult to deal with because Blink Stalker builds are very common, very standard, but this build specifically skips blink. It skips blink, it skips it going into Archons, going to Immortals. If we see the same build out of Lemon, then we can see that now punished by Rogue, if he's a little bit more, of course, aware of what's happening. But there we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Starchild, we have the Blue Zerg player, the Blue Zerg player himself from South Korea, representing Team Falcons down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, with the red Protoss himself representing himself from land of Taiwan. It is Lemon. Here we go. We have game number 2. Settling in, just catching up with the chat. Dude, you're probably one of the hardest working guys I've ever met. Thank you, papi, thank you. Este Nedfi in the chat. Este Nedfi. We're passionate, papi. We're passionate. We do what we can. We do what we can. For StarCraft, Fabi, for StarCraft. But thank you. Appreciate the kind words. Whew. So we are getting in. Yo, shout out to Pecoeta in the chat as well. Bienvenidos. As we are going to be taking the expansion. So gate expand here by Lemon into Cybercore. Standard opener. And welcome one to Starchild. I should also introduce the map itself. Once again, this is an older map. I say older map, an older TLMC map. It is unique to this tournament map pool, and it is a macro map. Arrowholm is the rush map. Starchild is the macro map. There are a lot of bases, a lot of expansions. What I will say is that there are a lot of avenues of attack. You can knock down these rocks. You can knock down these rocks. There's multiple entrances here into the natural, or in between the natural and the third base, so you can try to, or I should say, it is more difficult to turtle on this map compared to Amygdala, for example. Amygdala is a lot more secure. There's less attack paths, is a lot more secure, and even as rocks get knocked down, it is more difficult to break a 4 and 5 basing player. Here on Starchild, I would say it's a little bit easier when it comes to rotating between the bases and catching your opponent out of position. Is a large map, a lot of bases, but again, a little bit more accessible. That's what now getting into game number 2. Once again, Stargate opener out of Lemon. Now, when it comes to the sign of this build, we're looking for a Robo follow-up. Remember, last game, we saw the Robo into Twilight Council. Again, it screamed Archon drop, and if it's an Archon drop, it leads into Archon Mass Immortal. So we're waiting for that Robo. If it doesn't get thrown down, different build. Meanwhile, Rogue settling in, joining up. Do have our initial Lings on the way. And we should soon be seeing our tech of choice. Rogue moves out for his third base. Third base now being taken. Oracle moves out across the map. Lemon so far in a solid position. Everything looking normal so far. The Lings are being active. Lings are spotted by the Oracle. Queen's getting in position. And that's a gateway. That's a gateway, not a Robo, not the same build. Okay. Whew, so we're going for a different follow. Oh no, this round! Adept out of position. Adept gets surrounded. Massive pickup. But that is an early Twilight Council. Twilight Council into Forge as the third base is being thrown down. Interesting. So this is not going to be an Archon drop. This is not the same build. We're embracing something a little bit different here from the side of Lemon. Likewise, early Evo Chamber out of Rogue. Early Evo Chamber usually screams a +1 melee. Usually screams Ling Hydra. Nope, not Roaches. Not Roaches, but Ling Hydra into a faster lair. Oracle does not get behind the mineral line. We'll get one droid. One droid goes down. Early Twilight Council to +1 and Blink. +1 Blink on the way, going for extra gateways, getting into a 4-gate setup for the time being. So far, everything's looking normal from the side of Lemon. But we'll see if he throws down extra gateways. We'll keep an eye on his gateways, we'll keep an eye on his gases. We have Mass Ling setting up here for Rogue. As we mentioned, early Evo Chamber screams +1 melee, so it's melee here on the way. Into a lair, into Hydras. So Ling Hydra by Rogue. Very macro build, very macro, very kind of mid-game oriented. Overlord Scout does confirm the standard follow-up. Rogue is aware. Does test the front door. Oh. Things they pull away. We have 2 more gates. We're getting up to 6 so far. So we have a 6-gate setup. And will he commit or will he take his gases? If he takes his gases here, that screams a greater form of tech. I'm referring to Colossus or Storm. Yeah, gases are being taken. Yeah, both gases. So we do see basically a standard game. Standard game here out of Lemon. We had a spicy game 1, but here a standard game number 2. He is pushing, and his goal here is to deny the expansion. As he moves out, Rogue is moving in. Lings, they hit some transferring workers. There's a cancellation on the 4th. And Lemon does defend back at home. Does defend. Behind this, Lemon taking it to Storm. Meanwhile, Rogue, he does go for his infestation pits. Stasis Trap gets triggered. One of the Queens as well, not bad. But there are just so many Lings. Remember, they have +1. And Lings, they will clean this up. Yeah, Lemon, he overextends. Not like this. He'll lose most of his Stalkers. Has to get the hell out of here. Still so many Lings left over. And Stasis Traps are about to run out. And what's scary is that Rogue is taking into Lurkers. As we mentioned, Ling, like +1 melee means Mass Ling into Hydras into eventually Hive Tech and Lurker Tech as well. There it is. Hive is on the way. Rogue is rushing into Lurkers. And Lemon isn't quite ready for this. Loving the use of Burrow. Burrow is done. And that will delay the expansion. That will force back the Oracle. Oracle's racing back home. Which means Rogue is expanding. Now, as we're forcing a longer game stage where we have Fleet Beacon into Sky Toss on the way here for Lemon. But Rogue should be able to embrace his Hive Tech and Lurkers faster. Now, I'm assuming Lurker Tech, but there should have already been a Lurker Den. The Hive is almost done. So this might be a little bit different here. Because of +2 melee on the way, instead of Ling Hydra Lurker, which I assumed was going to be the case, this could be Ling Hydra into Ultra. Which is a little bit more quirky and still very viable, but not seen as often. Hive is done. Show us the Ultra Cavern? Question mark? Adrenals on the way. And we're going for, okay, Lurker Den and the Spire and the, and the Ultra Cavern all at the same time. So, we're just getting everything. I do think that this Lurker Den is late, as in I don't think this is intentional. I'm pretty sure there was a delay. I don't know if you noticed, but there was a delay after he started Adrenal where he just didn't throw anything down. I think it was just trying to figure out what to do. He's like, you know what, I'll just do everything. So just throwing down every single tech structure here. But Lurkers are later, and from here that means that the Protoss is free. Like, the Protoss has no pressure. There's no early timing, there's no Lurker timing that I was afraid of. So Lemon, he's free to saturate his 4 bases, work towards a 5th base, and get into Sky Toss. So any kind of potential Lurker timing has been missed. Ooh, we do have some Drop Lords being set up though. Let's go. And we're getting ready for a Mass Doom drop. And the drop is not going to be spotted. There is a pylon in position. Do we have a warping available? Tempests are building up. And the drop has arrived. Yeah, massive drop into the main. We do see a reaction here by Lemon. He's racing back home. No recall. Oh, and probes are going to be going down. We do get a cloak to save some of the production. And Lemon is being pulled apart. Rogue going for the front lines, going for the fourth base as well. These Lings are still wreaking havoc. Picking up pylons. Getting 9 probe kills. And even slipping into the natural as well. More probes going down. It's only a handful of Lings, but they're cracklings. They kill probes so quickly. 15, 16, 17, almost up to 20 kills. Oh my god, Lings, they just burrow. 18 kills. And behind us, we have Ultras on the way. We have upgrades for the Spire. This drop was worth it. We still have Lings burrowed in the main and in the natural. And they unburrow. Oh god. They do unburrow. 25 kills. Lings, they head towards the third. And Lemon just can't keep up. Lemon, he's trying to get in position. He's moving in. Ultras 8 barrel on through. There's a cloak. There's a slow zone. But the 5th base is going to be denied. And that's going to be a kill, not a cancel. Rogue is tearing Lemon apart. Now, before the Doom drop, Lemon, he was in position. Remember, he had an army in position here at his 4th base and an army here at the 3rd. Like Lemon, he was secure, but the Doom drop changed everything. It created an opening. It did pull him apart. It allowed Rogue to just pop off and wreak havoc. And Lemon's soon all in. Now, Lemon is maxed, so it's not the worst position to be in, but as you can see, more probe kills, more distractions, no 5th base. Like, the lack of 5th base means that there's just no longevity in this game for Lemon. He has a bank right now, but he needs a 5th. And Lings, they just keep moving in. Now, Lemon can still win the game. Like, the reality here, as his Tempest count gets a little bit higher, is that Lemon has a very efficient army. We can see that Corruptor production has now begun for Rogue, but depending on the angle of attack, this move out can still win the game. That's a lot of Ultras though. Jeez, that's so many Ultras. The Storms are good, but Ultras, they can tank the Storms. There's only one Immortal. Archons are now morphing in, but this army is just not built to fight Ultras. So the soup does lie. Despite this army being maxed, one army is not quite like the other. 15 probes going down. You can see here, making 2 Immortals at a time. We need a higher Immortal count. Without those Immortals, the Ultras, they will just clean up the army. It will collapse in. We have 4 more Ultras on the way. Lemon making as many Immortals as he can. Now, Lemon does have a super maxed army. What that means is that Lemon, he has less probes, he has less workers, and he makes up for that supply and more army. But again, the Immortal count is still just very low. It's very low. See if we can get a better angle. Ultras, they move in. There's a slow zone. Ultras from behind. Thy Templar, no! Thy Templar, they get called out. And massive Pigos, he gets 4. 4 Templar go down. The Immortals are exposed. And Rogi collapses on the army. Takes down all the Tempest. Takes down the Mothership as well. And now there's only Stalkers and Archons remaining. And we have 7 Ultras in production. The ground army comes out on top, but again, the Ultras are on the way. And alas, Lemon just doesn't have enough reinforcements. He's out of a bank. Yeah, no more bank. He has gas, but no minerals. This is the final army here of Lemon. And reinforcements, they pounce in. We're just waiting for the Ultras. Another Immortal goes down. Archon as well. The Ultras, they have arrived, and there's just no answer. There's no answer to the Ultras. We just never got to the Immortal count that we needed. And Rogue, he's looking to force the ace match. As he's up to how many? 7 Ultras, soon to be 10. So 10 Ultras for Rogue. We have some cannons, some shield batteries. We have some carriers on the way. We've built up a decent Archon count. And they can tank. Okay, they get one of the Ultras. They get one. The rest, they push forward. Not a bad position here for Lemon. He holds. Nice SimCity. Does hold on. Meanwhile, Lings, they tip him to the bases. They catch reinforcements. We're getting up to 12. Yeah, 12. Getting up to 12 ultras. GG gets called. Rogue, he will tab the series, and we are going to the ace match. Let's go. We're going all the way to game 3, and we'll see how this story ends. More importantly, we'll see what map we load into. The map has been very, I feel like, indicative of how our players have been playing this out. Again, the biggest moment there for Rogue was that Doom drop. I would say that if it wasn't for the Doom drop, Lemon, he looked quite secure on his bases, and I don't think he was going to be broken. He would have had a much easier time expanding and getting a 5th base, and also recognizing the Ultra production and switching into Immortals as well. It would have been a much more comfortable game there for Lemon if it wasn't for that drop. Now we're going to the ace match. We're going to game 3. Ultras versus Skytoss is no good. Ultras versus Skytoss is amazing, just because Skytoss is usually more of a supportive army. Usually there's a lot of ground, as you saw, right? We have a couple of Tempests, but mainly focusing on like the High Templar, the Archons, the Stalkers, the Immortals. The Ultras are there to deal with the ground army, and there was enough anti-air to deal with what little there was in the air. The Mothership, the couple of Tempests, and the couple of Carriers. So Ultras, they have their place in the late game. When you say Skytoss, it's never pure Skytoss. There's always like a combination of ground and air, and yeah, in that kind of position, you do want those Ultras against whatever's on the ground. Again, unless there's Mass Immortal, then then Ultras don't have their place in that matchup. But as we tried to emphasize, the Immortal count was almost non-existent. I want to say there was 1 Immortal initially, but then we got up to around like 3 or 4 Immortals, but like never critical mass. I don't even know who Lemon is. Oh no, if you're unfamiliar, Lemon has been competing for many years at this point. We've covered him plenty of times throughout the years here on the CranKy Ducklings, mainly featured during the regionals, so Taiwan, Hong Kong regionals, for example, and online Open Cups, ESL Open Cup Asia, for example, and of course, tournaments like this. So if you're unfamiliar with the online tournament scene, then maybe you're unfamiliar with Lemon, but he's been around for many, many years. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of El Dorado, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg, the blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons, forcing the ace match. Bring it back here and bring us to game 3. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player from the land of Taiwan. It is Lemon. Not SC2 player, but seems like Ultras are kind of bad against Protoss. Don't they usually go against air units endgame? Yeah, if I fail to explain, I do apologize. But again, like when we say Skytoss and late game army compositions, it's never, I should say, when I say never purely Skytoss, you don't want it to be ever purely Skytoss because it's easier to counter. It's a lot easier to counter pure Skytoss. So at the pro level, it's always a combination of units, a combination of supportive Archons, supportive High Templar, supportive Immortals, to support whatever's in the air, right? So likewise, ideally as a Zerg player, you also want a combination of the two as well. Depending on the composition that you're up against, you do want either more on the ground or less on the ground. The compositions can be a little bit more versatile as a result. As we saw in the last game, the Tempest count was quite low. I think it was like 4 Tempests, I want to say, like 4 Tempests. And Carriers only towards the end. So there was value in going into Mass Ultra, right? As the Tempest and Carrier count gets higher, then you need less Ultras and more Corruptors. Like the amount of like anti-ground or anti-air does kind of like fluctuate depending on what you're up against. But usually like it's a balance of the two. If the Immortal count gets too high, that's when you need something like Broodlords, right? That's when you switch out of Ultras into Broodlord Lurker. And then when the immortal count gets lower, then you get out of Broodlord Lurker into that kind of insinuates that the Sky Toss gets higher, then you go into ultras, right? So you always want to be like adjusting, or as the Zerg player, you want to be adjusting your composition depending on what you're up against, and you want to be fluid. You don't want to kind of be like hard stuck on making one thing, right, or one certain composition. You ideally want to be adjusting depending on what you're up against. Lemon is actually a waifu in the anime. Este pecoeta. Ay, ay, ay. God damn it. You're an animal, Pipe. You're an animal. For now, though, we do have our openers. So far, it is going to be standard opener here out of Lemon going for a Stargate. Likewise, Rogue is going to be going for its own hatch gas pull into a third. Standard openers all around. Now, coming into this, El Dorado is a very different kind of map. It is a much smaller map compared to Star Child, compared to Amygdala. So because that aggression is going to be more favored here, last game we did see, last two games actually, Rogue did skip roaches. Remember, he skipped roaches, he went into Ling Hydra. Here on a smaller map, we might see a commitment into roaches instead, just to be safer. It would be a safer way to play. Likewise, I do think that this would be a very good map to open up Robo. Stargate into Robo. I'm looking forward to maybe seeing that same build twice here in the series. Meanwhile, Oracle into the main. Does get 2 drones, but only 2 workers. As the Oracle does get the hell out of there. But nice hull damage there from Rogue. Still saturating. We have our 2 gate setup here, and we're waiting for our first tech structure. It looks like Twilight Council into Forge. It is going to be a standard follow-up. This is not the same build that we saw in Game 1. This looks more like what we saw in Game 2, +1 and Blink. So +1 and Blink on the way here for our Protoss player, for Lemon. So he's not being too fancy. Also, hello, Cloudbia. Hello, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Yes, Toss player in the chat. Yes, this is live, not via replays. If it's ever via replays, then usually it says replay in the title. I think the order command said that as well. So it is a live event, and I believe other casters like Steadfast or Chicken Man or Dave Testa are covering other portions of the bracket, as there are multiple games happening at the same time. Meanwhile, Oracle dips in, gets 1 drone. 1 drone goes down so far. There's that Roach Warren. Again, as we mentioned, on a smaller map, getting a safety Roach Warren makes more sense. So I believe this is the first time that we're seeing a commitment into Roaches this series. There it is, Roaches into Roach speed. So Rogue is playing it safe and pumping out those roaches. Again, ideally setting up for the mid game and setting up for a later game, you want to skip roach production, but we already have roaches building up. Gases are being taken. 4th base on the way. Now, the next big sign here that we're looking for is, does Rogue saturate the 4th? He may cut workers at around 66 and just max out and go for a big 3 base all-in with pure roach production. Or he might saturate and then tech up into Hydras, for example. Or even Spire. There it is! Speaking of, the Spire has been thrown down. So Rogue is going to Mutas. Meanwhile, we do see Lemon pushing out. This isn't too committed. He's going to be poking in to deny the expansion. Lings, they do hit the 3rd base. Gas is going to be going down, not bad. Takes on some gases. Roaches are in position, and they will defend. Oh. Roaches, they force back the Stalkers. Lings, they do hit the natural warp in. Oh, no, barely in time. Bit of a messy warp in. But Lemon will hold. Lemon does hold in the chat. Lings, they do hit the 3rd. Third base. So far, Lemon keeping up. Now, what's important here is that Lemon, he hasn't scouted. He has failed to scout Oracles. They do dip into the main base, but the Spire is not in the main. The Spire is in the natural. Revelation does not get eyes on the tech, and Lemon is in the dark. Lemon gets surrounded. Stalker's going to be going down. Lemon has to fall back. And he's hyper-fixated here on the ground army. Back at home in the main base, there is a safety cannon. So there's a cannon in the main. There's nothing here at the natural. Shield battery at the third. Alas, there is Mass Blink Stalker, and Lemon, he can react to these mutas. Oh, once again gets revelations, and thankfully he does reveal the eggs, so the mutas are going to be tagged. And the mutas are spotted by that revelation. Was he looking though? That's the big question. Because if he was looking, then he would have seen all those mutas. Yeah, there we go. Phoenix production has begun. He knows. He is aware. So he's getting in position. He will not be caught off guard. He's ready for those mutas. Yeah, Rogue, he knows he got spotted. He does pull away. Behind this Rogue, switching his tech into Hydra Lurker. Lings a massive stasis. Brutal status goes off. Very nicely done. Lemon keeping up with the army. So far, so good. No major damage done here by these mutas. They rotate back into the main. Main base is somewhat exposed. Phoenix is still building up. Oh, nice around here. Yeah, we locked down the army. Up at the fourth base. Fourth base is cancelled. Despite that, a very nice cleanup of those lings. There's that lurker den from Rogue. And Lemon, he never reached Storm. He never got into Storm, which is concerning. He's morphing in Archons, getting his fourth base. Lemon, his army doesn't really scale amazingly here. He needs to move in. Now, there is a window. There's a window in time where lurkers are not ready, right? The lurker den is still on the way. The hive is still on the way. Rogue is somewhat vulnerable. Lemon, he's committing in. Takes down the expansion. Takes down the expansion. Pushing between the bases, we can see Rogue setting up surround, and he does come in from every single angle. You have mass around here on the army. Stasis goes off, the Archons are exposed. The Archons are going to be going down. And likewise, these Stalkers on the road, they're not going to be able to hold on. Yeah, Stalkers are going down one after the other. Expensive losses here for Lemon. Has to pull away. I keep wanting to say classic. To stop myself. And Rogue holds. And now that he's held, Lurkers. Lurkers are on the way, and unfortunately, Lemon, he's not ready for this. He's not ready for Lurker tech. There are no Immortals. Storm just began. Remember, this Storm is an afterthought. That was basically an all-in. Basically an all-in. He had to do critical damage there. He failed to do so, and now he realizes, oh, I have to get ready for a longer game. Now I need Storm. Now I need to tech up. Oh, the mutas. Yeah, they dive in. They get one. They get two Phoenixes. Massive pickoffs. They get two Phoenixes, they depower some of the production, both Stargates. And Lemony just can't keep up. Not like this. Rogue pushing right down mid. Moving in with his Lurkers. Lurkers do borrow. GG gets called again. There is no answer to the Lurkers, and Rogue, he will fight back. He will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very intense back and forth, and a big shout out to Lemon. Lemon, he was able to take game one and force the series out of this. It was a back and forth. Unfortunately, we never saw Lemon go back to that same build, kind of bring it back and go for that same style. I'm referring to the Massive Mortal Archon Storm. We didn't quite see that make its return in the series, but regardless, GG. GG, well played. Had a really good showing. Rogue does make it to the grand finals, and Rogue has some downtime. So do we. let's switch on over. Exclamation mark B in the chat to catch up on the bracket, as the bracket is live, the bracket is progressing. We have ByuN. ByuN takes down Bunny 2-0, advancing on to the semifinals, and ByuN is waiting for his next opponent. There we go. He's waiting for his next opponent. Currently we have Cure versus Creator ongoing. And let's see here. It looks like it is being covered by Dave Testa. I believe Dave, he is in the ace match. Okay, he's in the ace match of Cure versus Creator. They're currently facing off. Facing off. Which means we will be able to cast both semis. As we mentioned earlier, the lower semifinals, also the lower matches, were a little bit slower to progress, and depending on how things lined up, we could cover both semis, and we are lucky enough to do so. We will be able to cover both semifinals. So we just wrapped up the upper semis, and the lower semifinals will begin once Cure and Creator wrap up. So we just need a moment here. So we go ByuN versus to be determined, either a TVT or a TVP, one or the other. Currently, Cure is looking to be in a better position, but it might be too early to really call anything. Cure and Creator, they're getting to the mid game as we speak. The pants, they were caught down. Oh no. The pants were down. But yeah, we do have some downtime. We have some downtime here, so we're nearing the end of the broadcast. We have 2 matches left. It's going to be lower semis and then the grand finals thereafter. So I suppose we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a break here. I don't know how long it's going to be, so it may be an extended break. When we come back, we'll have those lower semifinals. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines. Plenty more content to come. Let me just double check here. And yes, if you want to tune in to the lower match, at the moment it's being casted by Inu. Inu is casting in Korean, and I believe both Dave, Testa, and Chicken Man are casting in English. Yeah. So Dave and Chicken Man, they got you covered over on their respective channels. Oh god, hold on. There we go. Bam. And yeah, beautiful, beautiful. So we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. Take this time, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, and we'll see you guys soon after the break. See you soon. right, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we've returned. We've returned with the lower semifinals. We've returned here as a Rogue is waiting the grand finals for the winner of this series. Is going to be a ZVT finals, but which T, which Terran? As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. We're proxying, by the way, as a Rex. Spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid, going for a proxy 2-Rex Reaper. It is Cure. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we pop off with the initial proxy 2-Rex. Here we go. Now we have ByuN opening up. Likewise, Cure is being hyper aggressive. Now this is not an all-in, but this can end the game. This can end the game if ByuN opens economically. Now, what are we referring to? One gas. Single gas opener. ByuN, what's he going for? Rax expand. Economic opener out of ByuN. This is ideal for Cure. Now, if ByuN had blindly gone double gas, what does that mean? That means a faster factory. That means a faster Hellion. That means an easy hold for ByuN. But this is a bit of a rock paper scissors moment where ByuN is going for a faster command center. Now this does not mean that ByuN loses, but it does mean that he can. Like, the thing here is now it is possible for Cure to overwhelm and for Cure to just end the game. Now, ByuN, he has to be careful. If he loses the first Reaper, that's it. It's over. Like, ByuN, he cannot lose the first Reaper. He has to pull the boys. He has to pull the boys to protect the Reaper, to buy time for additional Reapers, for additional production. It's going to be a very intense moment here for ByuN. We'll see if he can pull this off. Likewise, we'll see if Cure can catch that Reaper. As ByuN is rallied. He's rallied, ooh, to the proxy location. Okay, so he's going to be scouting. So he does move out to scout. We'll see how quickly our players do respond. As ByuN, he pokes in. Yep, he sees. He does. Oh, that was a quick reaction. That was a very... did notice? No. He must have seen the Reaper, though. Yeah, he must have. The Reapers, they do dive into the main. SCV's going to be going down. The factory's going to be delayed. The Reaper is pounced upon. No, he gets stuck. No, the Reaper goes down. That's game. That's game. The Reaper got caught. The Reaper goes down. As you mentioned, if ByuN loses that first Reaper, that is it. And Cure will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Cure will take a lead. Now, I thought that ByuN saw the Reaper. And he kind of did. If you remember, ByuN, he was rallied in and the Reaper did see the Reaper of Cure, but ByuN clearly did not, because ByuN, he kept checking. He rallied towards the top side, so it looks like it was just a rally, like as in ByuN just rallied the Reaper to the triangular third, then the linear third, and he did not notice the Reaper itself. There would have been like a minuscule blip on the minimap, but clearly he did not notice the Reaper, so he didn't see, he didn't pre-pull the boys, he did not go back home with the Reaper, he got caught. GG. GG, well played. Again, a very, very intense moment. It was not, I wouldn't say that was a build order win. As I mentioned, ByuN had the ability to defend, but it all came down to the reaction. It all came down to the reaction, and it all came down to those split-second decisions, and alas, in the end, Cure takes the win. Cure does take the win. And now we're getting into game number 2. And I'm hoping for a longer game. I'm hoping for a back and forth, but this is how Korean TVT goes. Korean TVT can be very intense and very short. I wouldn't be surprised if now it is ByuN's turn to proxy. That is how it often goes, where if one player proxies in game 1, we often see like a reactive proxy in game 2. So we'll see if ByuN moves out with the SCV. Oh boy. As again, I was hoping for a longer series, but here we go. We are getting in, and spawning in the bottom right, sorry, the top right hand corner of Amygdala, we have our South Korean Terran player suddenly down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back, and we'll see if he can make a series out of it. Oh no, he's doing it again. It is ByuN for Shopify. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid, moving out with the proxy Rax. It is Cure. Leading the series here 1-0, and he's going for the same build. So we have the same proxy 2-Rex out of Cure. ByuN, we're on Amygdala. What are the odds that you get proxy 2 games in a row? If ByuN goes ranks expand again, we could be in the same situation. We'll see if ByuN goes for a second gas geyser. We'll see if ByuN plays it safe. But the problem is we're on Amygdala. Amygdala is a larger map. There is a smaller chance that your opponent is going to be proxying. There it is, double gas opener. Safe build here by ByuN. Now, this isn't an automatic hold, but now there is more room for error. Now there's more room for error here. The reasoning for this is because the factory this time will be done and there's a Hellion that's going to be in production. So there's going to be a bit of a timer as to how effective the Reapers are going to be, because there's going to be a faster Hellion and the Hellion should be able to defend. I say should. There is a world where if Cure catches the first Reaper and if he's able to catch the first Hellion, then he can just end the game. But I'm assuming that ByuN, he will be able to pull off the defense this time. Really, the question becomes how many SCVs will be killed. It isn't about if ByuN is going to die or not, it's about what is the economic game state going to be looking like as we expand and get into the natural. Remember, this is not an all-in. As I tried to emphasize last game, this is 2x Reaper. You can transition out of this into a factory, into a CC, into a longer game. It just has the potential to end the game. And here we go. Reapers are amassing. ByuN, he does throw down the spotter depot. He is looking for the proxies. He will check the triangular third location, and we'll see where he goes from here. This time he's being more attentive. Yeah, you can see this time there. Right, yeah, he sees. This time he knows. He scouts. This time he is aware of what's happening. He pulls away, and from here we have the Hellion in production. We should be ready to pull the boys. This time this should be a cleaner defense by ByuN. As the SCV, the first one does go down. First one does fall. The Reaper takes a lot of hits. The boys are being pulled. CC is going to be delayed. Second Reaper has arrived, and one Reaper gets, oh, not locked down. Whew. Curie gets away. And again, as we mentioned, the question right now is how many SCV kills. Not about whether he can kill ByuN, but about how many SCVs he can kill. So far, 3 SCVs. He does delay the command center. Back at home, Curie is transitioning out of this into his own factory, into an eventual command center as well. So again, the game is progressing. ByuN is getting his natural. Curie, he slips into the mineral line, going for more SCVs. At least trying to... Oh. Doesn't commit. Yeah, nice positioning here from Cure. But now there's 2 Hellions. Has to pull out, has to pull away. Oh. And right now it's about containing and picking up any kind of key units here, getting another SCV. Oh, well, he will lose a Reaper. He commits to the fight. Yeah, he's going to trade. A bit of a rough trade there from Cure. He trades 2 for 2, 2 Hellions, sorry, 2 Reapers for 2 Reapers. But he has gotten 4 SCVs so far. And again, he has heavily delayed the command center. Back at home, CC on location. Again, Cure, he has to delay the command center for ByuN long enough to get his own base up and running. And then we can get into the mid game. As you can see, the Raxes are floating back home. At least one is, the other is moving in for a scout, and the game will continue. Yeah, as Debo goes down, nice pickup. Very nice pickup. So he does force his opponent back. Nice lock on, takes out another Reaper. ByuN might be tired after staying up 48 hours. He is a degen. Not that much of a degen, but ByuN is a degen, confirmed. But we have seen Cure take down like a well-rested ByuN before. Like in TVT, I would say that Cure and ByuN are very competitive with each other, if not even slightly Cure favored, as they often go back and forth. Tank volley going off so far. Cure, he does defend back at home. Nice tank boys, but SCV is going to be going down. Likewise, Reapers are getting to the main, and workers are falling left and right from both players. Nice control here out of Cure. Ooh, nice KDA charges, getting another SCV, getting 7 SCV kills as he does pull away. Back at home, Cure defends. Cure, he defends, he attacks. Cure, he comes out ahead. Now, as the dust settles, what is the economic game state? ByuN, he has 23 SCVs. Cure, he's on 29. So Cure, he does take an economic lead, and Cure double expands. Greedy move here, very greedy by Cure, double expanding. He's ahead in SCVs, he's now ahead in bases, but ByuN is going to counterattack. What is ByuN going for? Cloak Banshee. I should say, regular Banshee. We have Banshees on the way here for ByuN. Banshees that have a lot of potential in this matchup to get damage done. Banshee towards that natural, but there's a safety Cyclone. Yeah, safety Cyclone to defend. If this was Cloak Banshee, then maybe could have a little bit more potential. But Curie should be okay. Should be okay, should be fine. He's building up his Ravens, building up his energy on that for Interference Matrix, getting ready for his third base. Cure is in a much better position here. And ByuN instead has a massive army. Banshee dips in, gets an SCV. Where's the Cyclone? Yeah, Cyclone's out of position. Getting one SCV and denying mining time. Very nicely done. And here comes the push. And this is, I wouldn't say a 2-base all-in exactly, but this is very committed. Very committed on 2 bases. We can see ByuN going for a massive Doom drop. Again, Cure has a greater economy. If the game goes on longer, Cure will get ahead. Meanwhile, ByuN is here to end the game. He's here to end the game. And ByuN does have a massive army, that is true, but Cure, he has disables. Remember, he has 2 Ravens. He has 2 Ravens. He has Interference Matrix. Doom drop into the main. Cure, how fast does he respond? Pulls away, pulls the boys. Boys are pulled away. ByuN, he will siege in the main base. Raven taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. Gas guys is going to be going down. Here come those disables. He gets one. He gets both. He does get both tanks. Ravens, they pull away. ByuN moving in position. And ByuN, he should clean this up. Oh, the disables are about to run out though. Disables run out. 1 tank left. Vikings overwhelmed. They take down the Raven. Yeah, some brutal losses here. Both Ravens go down and rough losses for Cure. At the same time, tank sieging up with the natural. And Cure, he barely didn't have enough to defend. It's close. Has to pull the boys once again. Tanks are being targeted down. Cure will hold. Cure, he does hold on, but takes a lot of losses. ByuN getting his 3rd CC on location. ByuN, he has to pull away. And what is the state looking like here? So, on the one hand, what was impressive to me is that Cure didn't really lose many SCVs. He didn't lose many workers here in the defense. You can see here, 2 SCVs. Only 2 SCVs went down. So Cure, he maintains a better economy. He still has a higher SCV count, and he is going for his 3rd base. So, still better economy for Cure. When it comes to the army here, I would have favored Cure if he saved the Ravens. But the Raven count was reset. He lost every single Raven in the defense. Oh, nice dim. Nice catch. Takes down a tank, takes down a Viking. ByuN overextends. A big overextension here by ByuN. ByuN, he will lose everything. Now, I was about to say that ByuN had the better army up until that moment. Now, suddenly, looking at the units tab here, ByuN, he has a higher tank count, he has a higher Viking count, but he has a much lower Marine count. And Stim is done. So Cure, he can make up for his lower tech army by getting into mineral lines, by diving on some forces. We're getting into a back and forth here, but ByuN, there's still a lot of pressure on the Red Terran to recover, as he just now finishes up his command center. Meanwhile, Cure, he's fully saturated here mineral-wise, and he has the extra mules as well. So Cure is still ahead. He's still ahead. He's moving out. Now, when it comes to this next attack, I'm really concerned for ByuN. Again, ByuN has a higher tank count, but they're spread out, and they're isolated. We have 3 tanks split in between the bases. We have the 2nd tank moving a little bit closer here, but as you can see, there's no buffer. There's nothing to support the tanks. So these tanks are vulnerable, they're exposed, and Cure can stim in. Nat scout by ByuN. ByuN, he does confirm the army. He's aware. There's a scan. Cure does see the tanks. And Cure does he stim forward. He's tempted. But now wreaking havoc in the mineral line. Marines, they up. Oh, they don't quite make it in. ByuN has stim, but he's lacking upgrades. There's a stim. Yeah, Cure goes for it. He goes to the tanks, and he should get at least one. Boys are being pulled. A mineral line goes down. He gets one of the tanks. He gets one, and he might be able to get both as well. Ooh, barely pulls away. But this is game-ending damage. This is already game-ending here. ByuN, he will lose 17 SCVs and 1 tank. ByuN, he was already behind economically, now even more so. And even though Cure did lose a tank and lose some army trying to push in, Cure, he can afford it. He just has, with a better economy, he can afford these trades. And Cure, he's about to snowball out of control. He's about to snowball out of control here. ByuN is in trouble. And at this point, it might just be a numbers game. Tanks are good defensively, but they're not that good. As the drop is stemming in. Does push forward. Gets one of the tanks. Boys are being pulled once again. Now, ByuN, he will barely hold here, but he will once again lose another 16 SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. ByuN is treading water, but at what cost? Every single time he loses an entire mineral line. We'll lose all those SCVs. ByuN, he does catch one of the medevacs. We can see Cure moving in with a second army. Again, ByuN doing everything he can to survive here at his third base, but that was only half the army. The other half on the right. Drop into the main. Cure getting a little bit wasteful here. He does throw away a drop. Does throw away a medevac. Meanwhile, we do see ByuN, he can respond in time. Cure, he has to get out of here. He has to get out. And he will pull away successfully. Now, if Cure committed here, then ByuN could recover if Cure just threw away units. If he throws away medevacs, if he throws away drops, then ByuN can bounce back. Otherwise, Cure should be the first to max out. And Cure, he escapes with a double drop. He pulls away. Likewise, he's also ahead in upgrades. So he's ahead in economy. He's ahead in upgrades. Getting into 2-2. And building up his army. Getting a 4th command center. Sorry, getting a 5th. He's already on 4 base saturation. He's now getting a 5th base. ByuN going for the gold. Now, the gold base is a way to recover, but the gold base is also very exposed. So it's a very risky base here for ByuN, but because ByuN is so far behind, I mean, he needs the gold, right? It's one of the only ways for him to recover in this game. So the gold base is necessary. Cure is moving in. Looking at the armies, we have an even tank count. So Cure is ahead in medevacs. Cure, he's ahead in bio. He's ahead in upgrades. He has a 2-2 advantage over the 1-1 of ByuN. Now, ByuN is going to be pre-siege, so he will have the defender's advantage here. That is true. As Cure is going to be moving into siege tanks. And first tank is going up. Army stems in. Does get the first tank. Does get the second. Oh, both tanks go down. A brutal loss is going for the CC. CC crumbles as well. Massive pickoff. GG gets called. And Cure, he will take the series 2-0. Advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played, Cure. He pops off. Again, successful proxy 2x Reaper in game 1 and relatively successful in game 2 as well. Again, as we were emphasizing, 2x Reaper is not an all-in. As you saw, Cure, he was able to transition out of that into a better economic game state in game number 2. But if you remember, he also got a lot of SCV kills. I want to say he killed like 7. He killed like 7+ SCVs at the start of the game. He delayed the command center heavily for ByuN as well. He did beautifully when it came to his Reaper aggression and his Reaper damage, and it just became too much. And the reality is that after that lead, Cure, he never lost it. We saw that ByuN had potential with his drop into the main, and even though he did a lot of damage, after that drop got cleaned up, remember, ByuN, he was still down in workers and still down in bases. Like, despite the damage, it was not enough. It was not enough there from ByuN. And with that, Cure, he did snowball out of control. He maintained his lead, and now we're getting ready for the grand finals. Getting ready for the grand finals. It's going to be a ZVT between Rogue and Cure. Let's go. Here we go. So we are going to be settling in. Vetoes are underway, and we will soon be getting into our next game. All the points, Pappy, all the way. Let's go, let's go. When it comes to our next grand finals here, I do lean towards Rogue. Rogue, he's been looking very strong as of late. I think I would go as far as to say that Cure's weakest matchup currently is TVZ. I know that Cure, he has some renowned TVP and has been going toe-to-toe with Max Packs, for example. Likewise, his TVT is very solid as well. But, I mean, everyone has a weakest matchup. I should emphasize, even though I say that Cure has, even though I say that his weakest matchup is Terran versus Zerg, I mean, that doesn't mean that he's going to lose. That just means that that's where he has shown, like, a little bit more weakness at times. Cure is very fond of 8-raxing. He's very fond of 8-raxing, so I'm sure we'll see that a couple of times in this series. We'll see if he can break Rogue. When it comes to Rogue's approach to this matchup, I mentioned this previously in the broadcast, but Rogue, he's very late game oriented. Very often, Rogue, he will be very defensive. Like, he will open up Roach, Roach Hydra, be hyper defensive, get up to 4 bases into Lurker Tech, and slowly get a 5th base, turtle up, and then go for Nidus play and drop play. Like, he's very, I would say Rogue ZVT is very predictable, so I'm curious if Cure can punish. I'm curious if Cure can punish Rogue's TVZ and try to break him before we can really get into Lurker Tech. Now, a lot of this also comes down to the maps, depending on what maps we load into. Some maps are more exposed or more vulnerable than others. Others are more acceptive towards defensive play. So we'll see which maps are going to be made use of. So we are getting into our best of 5. Let's go. And game 1 is going to be on Ultra Love. We go. But we've made it here to the finals. And Ultra Love, of course, is one of the smaller maps of the map pool, so aggression can be favored here. This goes both ways. I did mention that Rogue is very fond of Roach-based openers in this matchup. We could even see some Roach all-ins as well. We could get there. Rogue, he can harness his inner dark. I mean, again, someone has to take up that mantle. For a long time, I believed that it was going to be Shin. I believed it was going to be Shin to kind of like take up the mantle of dark. But Shin, he's been a little bit less active. He's been a little bit less motivated as of late. There's no Shin in today's broadcast, for example, unfortunately. But maybe it will be Rogue. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see which Korean Zerg player can like step up and step in and fill dark shoes. We'll see. It's big shoes to fill, Pappy. It's big shoes. But here we go. We go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our red Zerg player, red Zerg South Korean Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. That is not the Team Falcons logo. Hold on. God damn it. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. That is the Team Liquid logo. Good. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get our Gamba going. Here we go. So we have our ZVT. And again, of course, this is the grand finals of the KSL of the Korean StarCraft League. If you want to support the KSL, exclamation mark KSL in the chat. So there is a command. I got you covered. Bam, there we go. There's a command to the Patreon. Of course, there's a Patreon page for the KSL. So you can help support it. You can help fund it, as it is funded by the people, for the people as well, for the Korean scene specifically. I'm sure there are benefits to be gained, replay packs as well. So you can support the Korean StarCraft League. From here, we're going to be settling in. We do have our initial hatch gas pool, standard open out of Rogue, likewise Rax expand out of Cure. We don't really expect any crazy shenanigans in the early game. Not really. As I mentioned before, Dark, he can be one to open up pool first or gas first and go into early Roach aggression. Rogue, a little bit less so. I did mention that he does very often open up Roaches, that is true, but that is a little bit later. Once we get up to like 2 base saturation, then we can throw down a Roach Warren and play defensively. Especially on these smaller maps, on maps like Whispers of Gold, Ultra Love as well, Era Home, we do expect Roach-based play. It's just a really safe way to play ZVT. And on smaller maps, you're more vulnerable to aggression from the Terran. Like, Terran timing attacks hit even harder on these smaller maps. But we'll see. We'll see what Rogue does embrace. But now Reaper does dip in. Will threaten the mineral line and does not get the drone. Curious going to be forced back. Getting a link so far. Oh, gets a drone! That should not have happened. That should not have happened already. A rough start for Rogue. Nice pick up here by Cure. Does pull away. Behind this, going for a third TC before Starport. So a very economic opener here by Cure. And Rogue will claim his third. So nothing major outside of the drone, right? The first drone going down was a nice win for Cure. Does maintain that Reaper. Behind this, going 3cc, what looks to be 3cc Banshee, assuming that we get a tech lab from this Rax. As here comes the add-on swap. We're now dancing with the Reaper. Does force the Reaper back. Rogue moving forward. And there's that tech lab. And we are set up for an add-on swap. So this does scream Banshee. There we go. There's the add-on swap. Banshees are on the horizon. A very safe way to play here. So 3cc Banshee. The reason for this is Hellions provide map control. And Banshees allow you to harass and also protect you against Roach all-ins. Meanwhile, Rogue droning, saturating on 3 bases. We will soon, within the next 30 seconds, we'll soon see if it's going to be a Roach Warren, a Lair First, or a Safety Baneling Nest. So we will soon see the tech of choice from Rogue. Meanwhile, we do see Cure just embracing his build. The bigger Cloak is on the way. Hellions are amassing, and the first wave of Hellions are moving out. And the goal here for Cure is just to deny creep. There can be some openings available to maybe bust into a mineral line, but for the most part he should just be staying on the edge of creep here and keeping the creep at bay. Oh. KDA charge popping up. At this point we do pull back into the gases and we should be seeing a Lair here, I would imagine. Yep, there we go. Lair First out of Rogue. A standard opener, and with this Lair First I'm leaning towards Ling Bane. We should be seeing a Lair, we should soon be seeing a Baneling Nest as well. And ideally you want the Lair lined up with the Baneling Nest to get into Baneling speed. Banshee dips in, gets 2 drone kills. Not bad. Rogue is still saturating, keeping up with all the Queen rotations. And the Baneling Nest should be thrown down soon. There we go. There's that Baneling Nest into Double Evo Chamber into Ling Bane. Not Roaches. Not here, not from Rogue. He's embracing Ling Bane. Now, when I say this is relatively safe, it's because Rogue did delay his Evo Chambers. He intentionally delayed the Evo Chambers in favor of the Lair. What this means is faster Baneling speed. It also means a faster Overseer to scatter across the map. Oh, as Banshees, they do get the Queen. Queen goes down. Massive pickup. Now we can start one-shotting drones. Drones are going to be going down. Getting 3 drones so far. Nicely done here by Cure. And Rogue having a harder time keeping up. Should be seeing those upgrades. Oh, but gas mining was denied. Yeah, late gas saturation here. Rogue in a rough position. Despite having all these buildings, he has no gas for the upgrades. You can see he has +1 carapace, but +1 melee is going to be... Yeah, he has to cancel, starts up Baneling speed. Late upgrades here by Rogue because late gas mining because of the Banshees. So this build from Rogue, it's a little bit messy. It's a messy setup here. Now getting into his 1-1. Now, I mentioned before that on these smaller maps, these timings can hit quite hard. And speaking of timings, I believe we're hitting with Hellbats. The armory is halfway done. Cure, he's pushing. Again, there's very little room for error here in ZVT. Cure, he moves in. Tank will siege. Rogue, he's keeping up with the rotations. Ling's getting ready to catch reinforcements. We're coming for us around. Armory is almost done. Where are those Hellbats? The armory does complete. The Hellions, they come in for the dive. Sorry, the Wings come in for the dive. Nice target prang on the Banelings. Oh, but massive connections. And the Hellions, they don't morph into Hellbats. We do clean this up. And Rogue holds. Whew. And Rogue, he does hold. Again, the army finished towards the end of that fight. Now Kure can get into 2-2. Does reinforce. Again, that was still a tough hold here from Rogue, but he holds nonetheless. And he can soon embrace 1-1. Kure pushing in, takes out an Overlord. The Banshees are on top of that base towards the bottom right. Kure, he's rotating over towards that expansion. Oh, okay, knocking down the tower. Let's go. Expansion taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. Now as Kure rotates, we do have a massive Ling Bane counterattack getting ready here. Looking to bust into that natural. Kure's not ready for this. The wall is open here. The wall is wide open. Marines, they get surrounded. Kure, he races back home. He turns back around. He's out of position. SCV's going to go down. Massive pickoffs here. Balins, they bust into the middle line. SCVs, they crumble. And Kure's all in. Kure at this point is all in, and again he went back home, then he turned back around. Very indecisive movement here from Kure. 2-2 might be denied as well, and Rogue is all over this. Now the one question left here, can Rogue survive the all-in? Oh. As this is still a massive army for Kure. He's up in armor supply. Shuts down the Banelings. It's all or nothing. Oh, Kure has to pull away. Does kite back. So far, very nice kiting. Yeah, Banelings, they get denied. The Banelings are denied, and Kure does it. He breaks the base. He can stim in, he can stim, and he can win. There's nothing left. Banelings now being morphed in. There's 5 Banelings in production, and Kure, he has to just keep going. He has to keep pushing. Banelings are about to finish. That's 9 Banelings on the way. That's a decent Baneling count. But again, Kure's just rallying everything across the map. He cannot turn back. The Banelings! Oh! They crash in! Massive connections! Yeah, decent connections there towards the beginning of the fight, but alas, it's just so much Marine, so much Bio. Kure sims forward. It wasn't a bad start for Rogue, but he doesn't have enough here. Yeah, no more Banelings. Kure, he overwhelms the army, stims on forward, takes down the Queens, takes down the Hydras. GG gets called. Rogue is broken, and Kure, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Kure, he does take the game. Again, he was forced into the all-in, but Kure had an overwhelming army. Towards the end there, I should emphasize the soup does lie. Rogue, he was up in army sorry, I should say Rogue was up in supply, but the majority of that supply was drones. Drones that it doesn't really help there in the defense. It doesn't help in the defense for Rogue. It all came down to the army size instead, and that is where Kure did overwhelm. So GG, Kure does take a lead. And we'll see how Rogue will adjust coming into game number 2. Let's go. Let's go. Hydra Ling Bane, see what Rogue is doing. Yeah, it's very difficult to pull off Ling Bane Hydra. I mean, I should emphasize once again that it was a shaky start from Rogue when it came to his upgrades, when it came to his early game defense as well. Even though Rogue, he was able to shut down the first push, it wasn't the most efficient fight as he threw away his, or I should say, he had to throw away his entire Ling Bane army to survive. And towards the end, sure, he was able to wreak havoc and get all those SCV kills, but again, that also meant that his army was smaller to defend. I should also emphasize that another part of how powerful the counterattack was from Kure and the all-in was from Kure is how small the map is. We tried to emphasize that at the start of the game, which is why we assumed it was going to be a roach-based opener, because how small the map is, aggression is favored on this map. It doesn't take long at all to go from one end of the map to the other. And that is also true in this next map. Let's go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Eraholm, a rush map, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. Down in the series, we'll see if he can recover. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have we have the South Korean Terran player opening up 2x Reaper. We have, representing Team Liquid, Kure. Okay, 2-rank Reapers on the way, and again, this makes plenty of sense. Welcome to the smallest map in this tournament map pool. Welcome to Eraholm. You don't get smaller than this. Eraholm is a rush map, short rush distance by ground. Very aggressive map in general here, and it does line up with the build that Kira is going for. So Kira setting up 2 Rax Reaper to move out across the map. Second Rax should be on the way. Now, technically, this can turn into 3 Rax Reaper. We could see a hidden 3rd Rax in the main base. That is true. It is up to Rogue to determine what's going on. Ooh, but Rogue, he sends his first Overlord to scout for proxies, which means this is going to be a late scout from Rogue. This is a little bit risky. This is a little bit dangerous. Now, when it comes to 2 Rax Reaper, oh, it is a 3 Rax. Okay, let's go. As we mentioned, 3 Raxes are viable. It is going to be 3 Rax Reaper. Now, first things first, this is not an all-in. So don't get this twisted. This is not an all-in, but this is hyper-aggressive. And Rogue needs to determine what's going on. If Rogue were to send his first Overlord to the natural, he'd have a better idea and he would stay in gas. So hopefully he stays in gas to prioritize link speed, because link speed is going to be necessary as quickly as possible. Also, Rogue should not take a 3rd. I'm concerned because of the late Overlord scouts, because Rogue was checking for proxies. This means that there's a chance that Rogue might open up economically and too greedily. We'll see, as Rogue thankfully is staying in gas. Okay, staying in gas. So he should get... okay, yeah, he stays in gas. He will get link speed. That should be fine. First Reaper moves in. And hopefully Rogue doesn't fight for a faster 3rd. As you can see, the drone is in position for the 3rd base. Yeah, he's going for the 3rd expansion. Rogue, I believe you saw the 2nd Reaper. 3rd base is on the way. And this 3rd base, oh, first drone falls. This 3rd base should not finish. The 3rd expansion should not finish here for Rogue. Reaper pulls back. Trades well against the Lings. And Curie should rotate to check. He checks the triangular 3rd base for now. Heading back into the main. Again, he's looking for economic damage. He gets a drone. Another drone goes down. Queen's out of position. And Kira should be able to rotate to this expansion. I'm hoping he checks. If he does, he should force a cancel. But for now, goes back into the natural. He wants more damage. He wants drones specifically, and he will get 1 more drone. I mean, these are really nice big ups. It's risky, but it's worth it. Oh, he'll lose the Reaper. He saves the Reaper. Oh my god. Does save it. Link speed is almost done. Now he rotates, but now I don't think he can... Yeah, he can't force a cancel. I think it's too late. It's a late scout here by Cure. Link speed is done. And Cure backs off. So Rogue, he gets away with this. It does cost Rogue 3 drones. That is true. But I think this is still a better position for Rogue because he gets the base up and running. If Cure had checked the 3rd earlier, then 100% he would have forced a cancel. But he didn't check. Didn't check until the end. Again, Kira, he wanted drone damage instead. And Rogue is going mass Ling. He's massing up Lings, getting ready for the surround. Reapers are revealed. And yeah, there's no escaping this. We got a mass around here. Rogue, he shuts down Cure. And Cure, he failed to get the damage he was looking for with these Reapers. He will lose everything. And behind this, we have a stim follow-up. A stim follow-up here by Cure. Now, if we were casting Shin, we would have seen more gases and a Bane Bust. As a follow-up, we can see we pulled out a gas, so there's no Bane Bust. There's no Bane Bust here, it's only Lings. And Rogue does have map control, but look at the economy here. Rogue, he is down in economy as we have 30 SCVs plus Mules from Cure. And Cure, he's getting ready for his 3-1-1 Stim follow-up. Now, as a reminder, no 3rd CC. It is not uncommon to see a 3rd CC after this to get into a faster 3rd base and to get into the mid game, but here there's no command center. He's going for a 3-1-1 instead. This looks like a 2 base all in. So this is going to hit very hard. It's going to hit like a truck with +1, with stim, with combat shields, with medevacs. Now it's on Rogue not just to drone, but to actually get ready for this timing. What do we need? Ideally safety banelings and +1 carapace. So 1 Eva chamber on the way. Rogue, he is aware of the build. He knows it was a 3-vax, so he knows that there's a stim timing. So far, good response. +1 carapace is ideal because, I mean, it is the more important upgrade, and it should finish in time. I say that. I'm actually not certain. I'm not certain if it's going to finish in time here for the attack. It might be too late, because medevac's already on the way. Medevacs are on the way. There's the Bailey Nest. There's the lair. Carapace should soon be starting. But Cura's going to move out soon. Okay, he's already moving out. Now, this is only the first wave. The second wave hits with tanks. Like, we have more Marines and we have tanks building up and combat shields as well. There's Carapace. Rogue gets supply blocked. Threatens a dive. Nice kiting. Yeah, nice kiting so far. Does pin himself against the rocks. He trades well against the Lings. One medevac goes down, but the Lings all fall. If you wanted to, could try to dive on top of the Queens, but alas, he pulls away. And you can see the trades here. That was 11 Marines and one medevac for 59 Lings. Jesus. So that was every Ling. That was every Ling for Rogue. He has to rebuild. I would favor Cure if he didn't lose the medevac. Like, losing a medevac is pretty brutal there. But here comes the second wave that we did mention. This time, hits with combat shields. And tanks. So the second wave is moving in. Rogue, he will not have Bailing Speed for this. Bailing Speed is almost halfway done. Carapace, halfway done. So this is hitting before the upgrades. It's going to be close. It's going to be close here. Upgrades are still on the way. Queens, they get caught out. Massive pickoffs. Every queen is going to go down. But here come the Bailings. Here comes the surround. Ooh, massive tank shots on the Bailings. It's too much. Yeah, Cure, he has too much. GG. Cure, he will overwhelm. Again, this hit just before the upgrades. They're finishing up in 10 seconds. And with that, Cure takes a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, just before the upgrades hit, just before Bailing Speed, and just before Carapace. That was the window where Cure could end it, and Cure just barely does take it. Whew. GG, well played. He overwhelms Rogue, and now we're getting into game number 3. Getting into game 3. And so far, Cure looking dominant here, at least in these smaller maps. As a reminder, so far, we've had Ultra Love, we've had Arrowhome, 2 very small maps in the map pool. I would say the smallest outside of Whispers of Gold, like those are like the 3 smallest maps. Now we're loading into a larger map. Now, this is where the dynamic changes. For those that are curious, smaller maps, they favor Terran. As you're seeing both in game 1 and game 2, these timing attacks, they're very unforgiving. I'm talking about like these stim timings, these +1 timings, these combat shields timings, these pushes here from the Terran can be very unforgiving. On larger maps, Zerg players have more room for error. They have more freedom, they have more breathing room. On these larger maps, these pushes, these timings are weaker from the Terran. So on larger maps, that is where a player like Rogue can thrive a little bit more and can actually get into his game. So far, the games have been pretty short. So far, Rogue has been killed before he can really get into the mid game. Here, he's more favored to embrace that like 3 and 4 base economy. This is also why, very often, I'm calling it now, Cure, he's very fond of A-Raxing. He's very fond of A-Raxing on Amygdala. And here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. Down in the series, we'll see if he can recover. Now that he's on a larger map, it is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. Leading the series 2-0, it is Cure. You know what? I was like, we're going to see an A-Rax, we're going to see a 3-base all-in. We're moving up with 1, with 2, with 3 SCVs. 3 racks here by Cure. Cure, he wants to end it. And Rogue is scouting. Rogue, he moves out with the Overlord, and Rogue, he will find the proxy. So I was looking forward to a longer game. I was looking forward to the mid game, but Cure, he doesn't want a mid game. He doesn't want to allow Rogue to get into a 3-4 base setup, not on Amygdala. And Rogue, he will see. Yeah, he will confirm the proxy, he will confirm the Raxes. What's important, you can see here. Rogue sees, Cure doesn't know that Rogue knows. The vision of the SCVs is smaller than the vision range of the Overlord. So Rogue, he has information that Cure doesn't. Because of this, the boys are being pulled. The boys are being pulled, the drones have arrived, and the goal here, of course, is to deny those Raxes. This is a bold move here by Rogue. The other scary thing, Rogue, he only saw 2 racks as they finish, and there's still a 3rd racks on the high ground. I'm concerned. The Marines ideally want to surround them. The Marine does get away. So far, this has not been worth it for Rogue. And now he sees. Now he knows. Yeah, now he knows it's a 3 racks. He has to get the hell out of here. He has to pull away. These are drones that are not mining. These drones achieved nothing. They delayed the bunkers, I suppose. But this was not worth it for Rogue. He has a spine crawler on the way. Marines are moving in. Bunkers are going to be thrown down. But at least the creep here is going to be spreading out. Lings have arrived. Nice kiting here by Cure. Yeah, it does cut back. More boys being pulled. Oh my god. Does pull extra boys. And Cure, he might just be able to end the game here and now. The spine crawler does complete. Whew, very clutch spine. And with the help of that spine crawler, Rogue, he's pulling off that defense. We do have our 2nd spine crawler on the way. Queens are popping out. Very intense moment here for Rogue. But he's buying more time. He's buying more time. He has another queen on the way. Oh, not quite. Just the 1 queen. That's how he afforded the spine crawler. 3rd spine crawler on the way. Curie's on the timer. He has to go in. He has to go in here and now. Lings, they collapse on the army. And Rogue holds. Yeah, at this point, Rogue, he's holding. These spine crawlers, they're finishing. He's now up to 2 spine crawlers. And with 3 spines, there's no way to break this. Yeah, no shot. Spine crawlers, they reposition. More boys have arrived. Let's go. Curie's moving in. Lings, they attempt to surround. Nice kiting here by Curie, but Marines, they're falling. Marines are falling one after the other. And there's no reason for Rogue to overextend. He just has to calm down and fight within range of the spine crawlers. And Rogue, he's droning. He's even droning up. He's droning as we speak. Trying to get us with the queen. Trying to get himself that 1st spine crawler, but yeah, there's no breaking this. There's no breaking this. The spines, they pop off. And we have a series. Let's go. Cure at home, he's mining with 5 SCVs and a mule. He wants to kill the spine. He gets the spine. No shot. The spine lives. A little bit low. There we go. Finally, it goes down. It took him everything to kill 1 spine crawler. Cost him everything. Here we go. 2nd queen comes down. More Lings amassing. There's no more SCVs here left with the army. Oh god, bleeding out more Marines. And again, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Rogue. As he does close up that gap. Again, there was an opening here. But the spine does reposition. He's got that hopium going, looking for a way in. Let me in, Bobby, let me in. No, the spine cool. Getting up to 4 spines. More queens are building up as well. The Overlord confirms that there's no follow-up, there's just nothing. There's no factory. Just 3 Raxes, Mass Marine, and a dream. Let's go. And technically, I guess if Rogue was too greedy, he'd be in trouble, but he's getting even more spine crawlers. Now, Rogue has been droning. And the Ling count is still relatively low. It's 19 Lings, but we have soon to be 27. Ling speed is now on the way. And Curie commits. And he tries to commit in. There's just so much support. Transfuse goes off. GG gets called. Rogue holds, and Rogue fights back. Puts a point on the board. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, I was a little bit concerned about Rogue pulling the boys, but as we saw, the purpose of those boys being pulled and what they accomplished wasn't to kill any Marines, wasn't to kill any SCVs, but once the SCVs finished building the Raxes, typically when you execute this build, the SCVs, they immediately want to head on over and throw down bunkers. They want to throw down bunkers at the natural, and then you have this bunker within range of the hatchery, ideally within range to be able to load in marines and then snowball from there. We saw that the SCVs were busy pulling away from the drones, and that meant that there were no bunkers. There were no attempted bunkers there. There was no attempted support. It gave Rogue more time to finish up his spine crawler, also thanks to the scouting. So he had one queen and a spine instead of double queen. Spine crawler finished. GG well played, was able to hold on, was able to survive, able to defend. And with that, we have a series. We have a series. We have yet to really embrace the mid game here. As we have been progressing through this, we've had a lot of all-ins, right? It's like we had the all-in in game 1, which I guess Cure was forced into. Game 2 was a 2-base all-in with a 3-rack setup. Game 3 was proxy. Game 4, what do we have? As we load into another larger map, we're loading into Frostline. Frostline being a very large map, also being a very open map as well. I'll be honest, once again, I'm going to be favoring Rogue coming into this. And does Cure proxy again? I hope not, but he has potential. Amazing casting, very detailed and informative. I'm learning a lot. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the kind words. I appreciate it. We do what we can. Thank you. So we're getting into game number 4, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Frostline, we have our red Zerg player. We have a red Zerg from South Korea fighting back, putting a point on the board and making a series out of this. Representing Team Falcons, it is Rogue. And spawning in the top right hand corner, yeah, he's doing it again. God damn it. We move out with 1, we move out with 2, we move out with 3 SCVs, proxy, 3 racks, 2 games in a row. Spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Team Liquid Terran. It is Cure. Going for the same build, going for the same cheese, and Rogue, he moves out with the first Overlord. He does initially check on the right hand side. This first Overlord, unlike the second game, will not scout. This is an important fact here, or important thing to point out. The first Overlord last time did confirm the build, this time does miss the proxy. The second Overlord is checking the 3rd base location. This is the more common proxy location. This is uncommon, right dead set in the middle of the map. So because of that, because it's uncommon, it's not being scouted. First and second Overlord will miss this. So this time, it's going to be a later scout and later reaction from Rogue. Oh boy. Now, thankfully, this Overlord is rallied here to the natural. So even though Rogue, he won't see the proxy, he will see the bunkers. That's what's important. It's very standard for the Zerg player to go for the second Overlord to be parked outside of the natural to get eyes on the bunkers. Speaking of, the SCVs are moving in, and Cure is setting up. So Rogue, he will spot this with the second Overlord, but it's going to be a later scout. And here comes the bunker. Remember, unlike the previous game, we never saw any bunkers. They never got thrown down. This time, the first bunker's on the way. Roach Warren immediately. Roach Warren tells us Rogue, he gives up. He gives up on the expansion specifically. This base should be going down. It's taking a second gas geyser. Hatchery under fire. SCV scout coming in. Cure, he will scout the gases, he knows. Seeing a second gas geyser screams Roach Blade. So Cure, he doesn't see the Roach Warren, but he's aware. He's aware of what's going on. Getting on top of the expansion. You can see Rogue, he preserves the Lings. He does not fight. But will he save the Queen, though? He's going to try to. Does move down, takes down an SCV, and he saves the Queen. Not bad. He saves the Queen. The Queen gets away. And with the help of that Queen, he can hold on to the ramp. But he will lose the expansion. Now, losing the natural isn't the biggest deal. Remember, it's a proxy 3 racks. There's no natural expansion back at home. So we have 1 base versus 1 base. And roaches are building up. We have link speed on the way, we have roaches amassing, and we're gonna be seeing Rogue turn this into a 1 base all in and break out with Ling Ravager. So this should be a Ling Ravager setup. Meanwhile, Cure, he's doubling down Proxy Marauder. Remember, he knows that roaches are coming. How do you counter roaches? Marauders. So we're turning this into 3 racks into Proxy Marauder, Concussive Shell on the way. Cure, he's committing to the 1 base all in. So we'll see how many Marauders he can amass. And we'll see if Rogue can break out before they're a critical mass of Marauder. So far, Biles, they force some repairs, of course. They force some minerals to be spent. Lings are amassing to break out. Again, it's going to be Ravager Ling. First Marauder has arrived. And with Concussive Shell, Curie's hoping to catch one of those Ravagers. Every Ravager counts. Remember, it's going to be 5. 5 in total. Oh, now there's a second Marauder. Of course, the Overlord does see everything. So Rogue knows. Oh, catches one. Almost. Almost gets a Ravager. We're going to be... Yeah, calm down. Kier has to calm down. Has to pull away. Doesn't want to get surrounded. Like, if Kier overextends, that's what the Lings are for. The Lings are here to surround, to punish. Oh, gets a Ravager. Massive big off. He gets one. You can see the power of Concussive Shell. It does get one Ravager. Down to 4. More Roaches are building up. He's trying to break out. Oh. Yeah, you can see the game of chicken here. Who flinches first? Oh. Moves in, gets a while. Gets a Marine. Yeah, not bad. As we have Stim. Ooh, Stim is brutal here. Stim is almost done. Uh-oh. I don't think Rogue can break out anymore. Very nice Bile. Yeah, Kier not paying attention. Takes a bout to the face. Marauder gets low. Remember, there's no Medivacs here. Oh my god. Damage is permanent. So one Marauder almost falls. Up. Okay. This time does avoid. Stim is done in 10 seconds. He has to calm down. Calm down, calm down. The Stim is done. I'll be honest, with Stim being finished, I don't know if Rogue can break out. Oh. As this army is terrifying. Now, Kier, of course, he has to be careful when it comes to his Stims. He cannot waste it. Remember, there's no Medivacs. Medivac production has begun, as we have a starport back at home. But Rogue, he breaks out. He's going for it. Biles A connects. Bunker falls. And with that, looks like Rogue, he will break out of the contain. Kier, he gets away, cleans up with the Lings. But he does pull back. Medivacs is still on the way. Add-ons are being denied. Can Kier protect these Raxes? Ah, no shot. Okay, shouldn't be able to. Combat shields is denied. Lings, they once again come in for an attempt to surround. Kier is going to be cornered. Medivacs, they come in to support. There's a whole pickup. He wants the Ravagers. He wants them. Actually, he ignores them. Never mind. He goes across the map. He's crazy. Catching reinforcements. Let's go. And Rogue's going to commit. Kier, do we go for the base trade? We have Roach Ravager across the map and Kier. Where are we going? Where are we headed? We're racing back home. Boys are being pulled. Biles, they knocked down one of the depots. Kier a little bit indecisive. Yeah, again, do we go? Do we not? Where do we head? We're going into the main. The main base is somewhat exposed. Ravagers, they turn back around. He's going for the queen. Oh, not quite. Doesn't quite go for the queens. And there's no production. There's no more Rax production. We have tanks building up back at home. Kier, where are we headed? Getting an Overlord. Going for the natural. No saturation. Does get a queen. Not bad. Gets a queen and should be able to pick off and get away. Does pick up. Does pull away. Nice positioning behind the mineral line. Ooh, Biles, they take down one of the Marauders. And so far, Rogue is still not droning. He's still on 17 workers. I mean, not even 2-base saturation. There's nothing in the gases. So just mass Ling Ravager. Rogue is all in. Rogue is all in with Ling Ravager. And Kier, he's building up tanks and Liberators. Now, On the one hand, Tank Lib, I mean, this is designed to just fortify, right? To fortify, to siege up this location, to expand. At the same time, this is also vulnerable to Biles, right? Biles that can knock down these stationary units a little bit easier. So it is possible for Rogue to break this position, 100%. Oh no! Oh my god. Calm down. Almost gets a medevac. Este cure. Get out of here. He's playing with fire right now. Okay, there we go. Does boost away. Does boost back. Ergy's poking in. Ooh, does see the tanks. Cure, we're unsieged. Yeah, he's getting caught unsieged. Massive pickoff. One of the tanks is going to be going down. The boys are being pulled to repair. Doesn't get the repair off. One tank falls. Expensive loss here for Cure. CC may be forced to cancel. Yeah, massive pickoff. Command center is denied. Cure caught with his pants down. A Biles they take down one of the Liberators. And Rogue now starts to drone. Late saturation for Rogue. Late droning. Orbital is denied. It's still a very scrappy game state. Very scrappy. Liberator popping off. Getting a couple of drones. 2 drones, some larva. The queen count is very limited here for Rogue. Ravagers are across the map. Getting back into bioproduction. Rogue, he wants a tank. He's gonna get it. Once again, nice pick up for Rogue. Gets another tank. Gets into the mineral line. Cure, he cannot. Yeah, he just cannot mine here. He does need to reposition. Oh my god, the CC gets low. Lift. Oh my god. Does lift off. Has to pull away. Oh my god. Getting 3 more SCVs at the same time. Curie gets across the map. He does threaten the bases, but doesn't quite have enough. Medevac goes down. Where's the bioproduction? We need those Marines and Marauders. Like, pure tank is not it. And Rogue, he's droning. He's been re-droning. He's now on 2 base saturation. Not bad. Once again, Cure picking up whatever he can. Ravagers, they finally turn around. And where do we head from here? I don't see a lair. I don't see a lair here from Rogue. It looks like he's going for, he's committing. Rogue, he's cutting workers at 34. And what I mean by that, actually, I was gonna say he's getting Overlord speed for Drop Lord play, but there's no lair, so he can't actually morph in Drop Lords. So yeah, we'll see. We should be seeing a lair soon. That's what I'm getting at. As Rogue, he's redroning, resaturating. Curie's finally on 2 base saturation. He's got his 3rd command center in the main. Rogue is moving out. Rogue, he's still not fully droning up. Reinforcing with Ling. Does have a massive army. Back at home again, not many Marauders, just going Marine tank. I mean, he does have a nice or decent tank spread here. That's Rogue is supply blocked. And there we go, Rogue is being forced into a longer game. Double Evo Chamber, double upgrades, which means we should be seeing a lair momentarily. There we go, lair on the way. We're getting a game out of this. It's been very tense. It's been a very tense game. It's been very uncomfortable for both players, I'm sure. Remember, this started proxy 3 racks. Started with a proxy 3 racks with a bunker rush at the natural, which did kill the natural, actually. Lings, they dive in. They want the tanks. They get us around. They get 1. They get 2 tanks. Ooh, misspoke. Only 1 tank goes down. Better trade. GG gets called, and Rogue, he taps out. Across the map, of course, we have the drop here getting into the main, and Rogue will take the series 3-1 and will be this week's champion. GG. See Rogue. Cure takes a series 3-1, and Cure, he is going to be this week's champion. GG, well played, Cure. He pops off. Whew, Rogue, he did fight very hard there in that final game, but he had no longevity. Remember, Rogue, he did not get a lair. He delayed his Evo chambers, delayed his upgrades. Rogue, he was not set up for a longer game. He was hoping to end the game before that, and Cure stabilized. Cure, he stabilized after the proxy. It was very close though, very intense back and forth. In the end, Cure, he does take it. Congratulations. Congratulations to Cure, and a shout to Rogue. And again, Rogue, he never got into the mid game. This was a very short finals. Like, every game we had an all-in of some kind. You could argue that in game 1, Cure was forced into an all-in. That is true, he was, but that still further emphasizes we never really got a proper back and forth, like 3 to 4 base economy versus 3 to 4 base economy. Like, that never really happened. We got close in game 1, but outside of that, we had just all-in after all-in after all-in. Proxies galore, and GG, well played. Whew. And with that, Cure does take it. Again, I do feel like Rogue's strengths are in the mid game, like in the mid to late game. Like, that's where Rogue thrives. That's where he's at his strongest. And he never got there. he never got there. GG. Aye. So just catching up with the chat. Thank you so much. Shout out to Moriduri. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Gab, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime for 15 months. That's a lot of months. That's over a year of support. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime, and of course you do gain benefits, whether it's emotes in the chat, whether it's replays in the Discord, or of course even just knowing to support the channel. Thank you so much, Papi. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Great balls of fire. That's very much so. Cure is an animal. He is an animal, Papi. Aye. How to do this? Oh, Ragnar posted a redeemed a replay cost. Okay. Let's go. Hold on. Oh, John. Do have a replay redeemed in the chat, but with that, congratulations here to Cure, as he does claim the series does become this week's champion. Very well done, very well played, a very intense tournament, taking down both Rogue alongside many other players, alongside ByuN and Creator as well. Bam, as you can see there, Cure took down Creator 2-1, took down ByuN 2-0, and of course Rogue 3-1 towards the end of the tournament, starting it off with a 2-0 over Gilliman as well. So very impressive performance here, taking down a Protoss, Terran, and a Zerg to win the event. So GG, well played. Once again, if you wish to support the KSL, if you want to support the Korean StarCraft League, you can do so via the command in the chat, !KSL. Will link you to the Patreon. There is a Patreon page for the KSL, so you can help support it there. If you wish to support it monetarily, it is crowdfunded by the community. So there you go, we got you covered there. Otherwise, I was about to say we're about to wrap up. We do have another broadcast later on tonight. We're going to be covering the Sea Duckling Open, SDO Sea Duckling Open. That's going to be later on tonight here. That's going to be at, I believe, 7 p.m. KST. That's going to be 9 p.m. here in Australia. That is in 3.5 hours. That's not a lot of time, but in 3.5 hours, we're going to be live with some more amateur StarCraft. If you're curious, what is the Sea Duckling Open? That is our monthly tournament that we do host on a monthly basis, of course, that features players between the leagues of Bronze and Diamond. I believe it has a 4.2k MMR limit. So it does have an MMR limit, so it is for more amateur players looking to compete, looking to rise up, and looking to have a reason to improve as well. So we do have a more amateur event later on this evening, but before that, we have a replay redeemed in the chat. So we're going to be going on a short break. And when we return, we will have one short viewer replay cast before the end of the broadcast. So we'll see you guys in a couple of moments here, in a couple of minutes. Otherwise, if you're only interested in some pro StarCraft, again, we got you covered tomorrow. Let me just quickly show off our schedule here. Tomorrow, I say tomorrow, I guess later tonight. Oh, it's It's gonna be a long night. At midnight KST or 2 a.m. our time, Hatchery Cup. We have the Hatchery Cup. That is a monthly tournament. The return of Hatchery Cup. I believe that's like Hatchery Cup number 16 or something. It is a monthly tournament open to all regions, open to all shapes, all sizes. So we have a big event here this evening, and we have Sparkling Tuna Cup tomorrow as well. So there's plenty of content throughout the weekend, whether it's more amateur StarCraft or pro StarCraft, all throughout Saturday and Sunday. Likewise, you can support us here on the CranKy Ducklings with !Patreon in the chat. You get a link to our Patreon page. We also do upload VODs on YouTube on a daily basis. Every single day we have VODs over on our YouTube channel. !YouTube in the chat if you guys want a link to our channel, as we have plenty of content there as well. Just catching up. Here we go. I remember Cure from a day 9 daily. Oh, there you go. There you go. But yes, for now we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back we'll have that viewer replay. So we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes with something different, something special, with a replay from the chat. See you soon. Oh, see you soon, Pat. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, welcome back to something a little bit different. We just wrapped up with the KSL, with the Korean StarCraft League, and now we've returned with a very cheeky viewer replay cast. Oh boy. So shout out to Zerg in the chat for redeeming said replay. For those who don't know, we actually have a way to redeem via a point system. We do have channel points in the chat, and you can redeem said channel points, and one of those redemption options is to have us cast one of your replays, as we do have a ladder game here from Zerg. So I don't really know what I'm going to step into, but I'm sure it's going to be a blast. Let's go. It's going to be ZVT on Abyssal Reef. So already I'm a little bit concerned. Abyssal Reef is known for longer macro games. It can be very difficult to break a player on a 4 and 5 base setup. We didn't get any macro, I guess, in the finals of KSL, so we might see that here. We'll see what happens. Spawning in the top left hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have our viewer from the chat. We have our Australian Zerg player, the Red Zerg. Ooh. Going gas first. It is Zerg. I say extraction trick. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the blue Terran player. The blue Terran, it is Philosopher. Here we go. So we are going to be settling in, and again, welcome one and all to Abyssal Reef. Abyssal Reef is a ladder map. I specify ladder map just because most, if not all, online tournaments have removed Abyssal Reef from the map pool. Specifically, Abyssal Reef, Neon Violet Square, and King's Cove are all just removed. These are very old maps, and they are all very large, very macro, very defensive as well, and they favor turtle play. So because of that, we have gotten rid of them. Like, for the most part, in our tournaments, in Sparkling Tuna Cup, in Sea Ducking Open, in KSL, in Wardy TV Monday, in Pigastar Monday, and Monday Night Week, like all the like open weekly cups, Abyssal Reef doesn't exist. We've gotten rid of it. There are a couple of events here and there that do still feature it, so it's a little bit of a treat every now and then that we do get to embrace Abyssal Reef, but it's more of a rarity nowadays than anything. But again, it's still a ladder map, I should say. Less so a tournament map. And again, the reasoning for this is because some of the features of this map include the narrow ramp coming into the natural, so very narrow coming into the natural. We have the third base as well here on the right hand side, and we have the fourth and the fifth. And again, because its ramp is so narrow, you can wall this off easily. You could easily wall this area off. Likewise, then you can focus your defenses here at the third base. You can expand right next to your third here into the fourth, and your fifth base is right next to your fourth base. It's all very centralized. Like, all these bases are very centralized, so it's easy to rotate in between them and easy to establish yourself on 5 bases. It's a very similar story on like King's Cove and on Neon Violet Square as well. For now though, we have our openers. Again, we did have a bit of a more quirky start to the game, but overall we're just getting into towards the mid game. Like, relatively standard starts. We're going to be droning. Overlord Scout is attempted across the map, but was this Marine first? Oh yeah, Marine first here by Philosopher. He skips the Reaper, and by skipping the Reaper, the first Overlord is going to be hunted down. Big catch here from the Terran, a very nice snipe. Now with this first Overlord going down, it doesn't just supply block Zerg, but it also means the follow-up Scout is going to be delayed. It's going to be more difficult to figure out whether or not Philosopher is going for a 2-1-1, 1-1-1, third TC, the follow-up build here. It's going to be more difficult to determine. Back at home, Zerg just droning up, getting safety links. The third base is late. I think I've said this before when casting Zerg. This is similar to the Zerg series against Captain Fish, but the third base is very delayed here. So as we're getting in towards the mid game, we don't have the best larva production available. Ooh, and looks like we might have a reason for that. It is going to be a roach based opener. Roach weren't going to be thrown. Oh no, yeah, we see. Yeah, we saw this in the Captain Fish series as well. This I'm a little bit less fond of, I'll be honest. If you listen to the Captain Fish series, I'm probably going to be reiterating myself here. But early Roach Warren and early Double Evo Chamber, this is a little bit less efficient because I believe the gas won't quite be there to embrace all the upgrades and to get into the tech. This is usually seen to like maybe go for like a 1-1 all-in timing or something, but this will be delaying the economy. Like, instead of a third base, we're spending that money on Double Evo Chamber and upgrades, so the economy is going to be suffering as a result. So a weaker economy here from our Zerg player. Philosopher across the map, ooh, going for what looks to be a Hellbat push. Armory is on the way. I say Hellbat push. This is also a bit of a quirky build because we're opening up Reactored Widowmine. Huh. Now, if you recall, the armory does allow for, I guess, wouldn't mind upgrades for drilling claws, I suppose. But even then, this is what is this? I'm still trying to figure out what the armory's for. Are we going for add-ons into Thors? Yo, are we going for Thor drops? Yo, show us the Thors. Show us the Thors, papi. Up, up. Does this build make sense? Do we open Thor? Now drilling claws. God damn it. Okay. I got excited for a moment. It's gonna be drilling claws. Okay, so you do need the armory for drilling claws. So this is a very weird setup here from our Terran player. Link Scout does get in. Link Scout does confirm. Does get eyes on the armory. So seeing the armory and seeing the lack of Hellion production and seeing the researching tech lab, Zertanis has seen everything they need to determine that this should be drilling claws. It's a very quirky build, but again, the researching tech lab is a tell. And we should be seeing spores. I mean, ideally, the reaction to this would be spores across the map to help deal with this. This is a more common build against Protoss, less so against Zerg, especially because spore follow-ups are very common. Like, whether it's if it's a 1-1-1, I mean, you're expecting, like, Banshee play anyway here. So spores shouldn't be, yeah, as you can see here, spores are already going to be on the way. So there's less of a chance that this actually gets much damage done. But we'll see. We'll see. This is pretty committed though. So we have the double mine drop here, moving out from Philosopher. Medevac on the left, Medevac on the right. Third base now getting up and running. Upgrades are on the way. It's going to be double attack upgrades here from Zertanis. We do have the drops moving out here towards those mineral lines. So far, Zertanis is mostly set up. We only have a spore here at the natural though. There's no spore in the main. There's no spore at the third base. Mine drop comes in, drilling claws is done, and do we react in time? No reaction. Drone's going to be going down. So far, just getting one. Oh, better connection towards the end. Getting up to 9 drone kills. Meanwhile, drilling claw, Widow Mines into the main base this time. There is a reaction though. Oh no! The mine shots are going off. Oh, they do connect. Not so much in the mineral line, but on the links. Nice biles. Very nice biles. Takes down one of them. The layer is done, so we can morph in an Overseer. And the spores are repositioning. Looks like the first mine is going to recharge. Getting another shot off. Oh, not quite. Spore was within range. Meanwhile, no spore in the main. No spore in the main base. So it looks like there will be another connection. Just getting one drone. Could have been worse. And now the dust settles. Now, as the dust settles, we do have our Terran player going for a double expansion, going for 2 more CCs, going for a 3rd and 4th command center. So quite greedy as a response, but these are very late. I should emphasize that as well, is that I believe this was a 3-rack setup before CC, so this is also a very late command center, a very late economy for Philosopher. Now, he does make up for it because of the economic damage. It's been 14 drone kills, and another couple of drones go down, 18 drones full. So on the one hand, this third base is late, but he makes up for it with that economic damage. So I would say that the Terran player is ahead economically, currently, against our Zertanis. Zertanis has to re-drone, has to resaturate, eventually getting to 2-2 upgrades, eventually getting into Roach Ravager. I'm curious as to how they tech up. It looks like, we have a little bit of everything. We have Aspire, Hydrogen, and Infestation Pit. With the range upgrades, it would be a little bit more natural to get into Hydrotech, into Lurker Tech. But the Spire does open things up for, I guess, Mutaplay. We'll see what Zertanis does favor here. Has options. Does have options. At this point, we should be seeing a 4th expansion. A 4th, maybe even double expanding at this point. The 4th base is a little bit later here for our Zerg player. And we have a switch into mech? Wait, what? We have 2 more factories on the way. Interesting. But we're still getting Concussive Shell. Wait, did we get Stim? Yeah, we have Stim, Combat Shields, Concussive Shell. We have 2-2 upgrades. Neo Steel frames on the way. Now, my biggest concern with what we're seeing here is that that Philosopher is going to just turtle and have a mixture of bio and mech in a way, but I'm concerned that we're going to get into like a really heavy tank composition. Yep, double tech lab. So triple tech lab here, triple factory. This looks like mass tank to just like fully like wall up here on like 3 and 4 bases. That's my concern seeing this setup. but we'll see. Meanwhile, mutas are on the horizon, so we have 6 mutas. 6 mutas, that is enough to one-shot. I believe it's 4 mutas to one-shot, but usually you get like at least 5. So getting up to 6 mutas to one-shot SCVs. To harass. And it looks like Zergtanis isn't committing too hard into this. We have Hydra upgrades on the way, so mutas just harass and then switching into Hydra tech. Meanwhile, Philosopher is getting another command center, getting a 5th CC, has yet to land his 3rd. So Philosopher, despite having a very high SCV count, look how oversaturated we are. 28 SCVs at the natural. So I said before that, as the mutas, one of them does go down. Does somewhat get into the mineral line. Now, I mentioned before that a Philosopher had the better economy. That is true if he was mining efficiently, but again, he's just heavily oversaturated. SCVs are going down. No reaction. Yeah, no reaction here by the Bio army. SCVs are falling. The turrets will clean this up. But that is still how many? 5 SCV kills. Ooh, 5 SCVs for 6 mutas. That was not worth it here for our Zerg player. And Philosopher moves out. Does move out. Should be expanding behind this. I'm really concerned by the lack of base. So again, even though we have a lot of SCVs, they're not really mining. The workers aren't really mining. So because of that, Zergtanis has actually a better economic game state. Because of the lack of expansion, the lack of base being taken. Army moves out. Zergtanis can take the slow. Head pokes in. Massing up from Roach Ravager into a Hydra tech. Building up into a hive. It's building up in the hive. Tanks are pushing forward. I mean, this is a decently scary setup here, but there's no reason for Zergtanis to engage, right? There's no reason to push off a creep. We can just take it slow. Take it slow, take it steady. Biles, they connect with the medevacs. Ooh, another medevac goes down. And ideally, Zergtanis wants to fight out of range of these tanks, right? Just wants to force the Bio army onto creep. Oh, can even Bile from the high ground. True. Oh, doesn't quite get it. Lurker Den is on the way, Morlings are amassing. Attempting to get into Lingbane Roach Ravager. Tank overextends, first tank should be going down. There's Biles, getting another tank. And without the Bio army, the tanks are exposed. And Zergtanis breaks out, gets another. Overextends for a moment. Still no expansion. Like, again, we have so many orbitals. We have so many CCs. Papi, expand. What's happening? Where's the 3rd base? Where's the 3rd? Where's the 4th? Like, we have the expansions. And again, this is allowing Zergtanis to kind of maintain this army, maintain a greater position. 76 workers. Heading towards Lingbane. Baneling speed only just now starting. Very late baneling speed here for Zergtanis. Just not trying to set up. Getting another expansion. Closer moving in. And these lurkers can at least delay the push. Diving on this army with lurkers is not the easiest thing to do, but Zergtanis may just be able to overwhelm with just sheer numbers. Like, with sheer numbers, yeah, it does move in. Lurkers burrow. Banelings, they somewhat connect. They connect well enough. The army crumbles, and from here, Zergtanis overwhelms. I can just go for the kill. From here, we can just go for the kill. That's a planetary. That's a planetary at the natural. But Zergtanis has double the supply. 3rd base now finally being taken, and this is the moment for Zergtanis. Oh, going to Muta? Oh, that I'm not so sure about. Does reinforce his mutas, but that's more of a reason to at least harass. And Zergtanis almost maxed out. Now's the time. Now we can push. Philosopher, meanwhile, is attempting to stabilize, getting his 3rd base up and running, potentially getting a 4th as well. Pulling back home. Zergtanis about to max. But again, when it comes to mutas, mutas, they are not a very good army units. They're good at harassing, don't get me wrong. They're very nice at harassing and picking off some high-tech units, but in a main army, they are less efficient than getting into like Hydraulic or Viper or even Corruptor tech, for example. With the amount of turrets that there are, it's going to be difficult for the mutas to really get much damage done. There are just so many turrets here. So this was a really big mineral and gas sink into these mutas, and for now, they're not really paying for themselves. So a bit of an inefficient investment, and also despite Zertanus being maxed out and having a massive supply lead, due to being a little bit too passive here, it does allow Philosopher to actually turtle up and stabilize. Isn't there yet, but is now getting another CC on location, is now securing this third base. This third base was exposed for so long, but Zertanus did fail to capitalize on that advantage. Still maxed out. Getting to 3-3. Now, thankfully for Zertanus, Philosopher is being active, and he shouldn't be. The correct thing for the Terran player to do in this position is just turtle, right? Just turtle up, but they're getting caught out, throwing away tanks. Tanks gonna be thrown away. Catches out some of the Roach Ravagers. Zertanus only fighting with the Roach Ravager. Can now try to remax with a more efficient army. But that was maybe best case scenario for the Terran, is only fighting a portion at a time. So Philosopher does rotate. I would say that these mutas are dead supply at the moment. I feel like they're hurting Zertanus more than helping. Moving in. Let's go +3 attack. Let's go. Mutas, they can at least shut down the Metamax. Speaking of, oh god. The Banelings do crash in. No splits. Yeah, no splits. Banelings, they connect. They shut down the Marines. Metamax should be chased out by the mutas. Or that Zertanus will hold. Oh, going into 20 mutas behind this. Okay. Now, if we're committing this hard into mutas, we need to be active with them. Like, we need to counterattack. And I'm hoping that occurs once the 20 mutas arrive. Once again, it's going to be difficult to break some of these locations, but specifically this fourth base is very exposed. There's no turrets. Are no turrets. Three on the way. Again, this army here is very vulnerable to mutas, as there's barely any anti-air. There's a handful of Marines. There's Marauder tank. Now we have turrets on the way. This is where there's like a bit of a timer on these mutas getting damage done. Oh, but the turrets aren't ready. Now is the time. How are they about to finish? They're about to finish up. Tannis does commit. Turrets will finish, but I believe there should be enough mutas. Yeah, the mutas, the Hydra army does overwhelm, takes down all the tanks. Whew. And thankfully, we'll break this location before Philosopher really turtles up. Thankfully. Yeah, the base will fall. From here, the muta count is high enough to break through this siege line as well. There's only 2 turrets. The tank count is terrifying, but that means nothing to the mutas. So mutas, they can break this. They can break this down. There's only 2 turrets. Come in, Babby, come in. Ooh, does target down the tanks instead. Does not target the turrets. Aye, aye, aye. So Philosopher is barely holding on here, but again, Zertanus still has everything. Has like all these bases, has greater economy, taking another expansion. I do think these mutas definitely could have. I mean, they still can break this position, but now there's more turrets. Now there's what, like, Jesus, like 5, 6 turrets here. Jesus, look at the SCV count. I mean, we are taking another expansion. Let's go. We still have orbitals to float. We can float over, baby. We can float. The neglected CCs. God damn it. as Philosopher's Longness is mining. And from here, Zertanus going and taking into Ultras. Ultra Tech on the way. But at this point, I mean, honestly, Zertanus can break this position with this army. Once again, Zertanus can just move in, can break the third. The natural is going to be a little bit awkward because of the planetary, but this third base is exposed. As you can see, there's no army here. Philosopher is committed across the map. Essentially all in. Like this is all in here from Philosopher. Does move in with the tanks. Again, the anti-air is very limited, so mutas and I mean everything will be cleaned up. And this should trigger a counterattack. Should follow the rally here into the expansion. Once again, back at home, only turrets to defend as CC gets denied. Tennis. Can we keep going? No, we can keep going. Does turn back around. There's literally there's what? There's 6 Marines, 7 Marines here. There's a couple of turrets. Does pull away, looking to wait for Ultras. I mean, Ultras are a more secure way to win this out. So technically, Zertanus is doing the correct thing in the sense that there's nothing pressuring Zertanus to actually fight. On the one hand, could end the game, but on the other hand, as long as the 4th base is denied over and over again, this is still just a bit of position here for the Zerg player. As long as the Terran can never expand, the Terran can never stabilize. So you go mutas, they do rally to the natural, or they run into the turrets. Oh god, oh god, god. So the mutas are going to be thrown away. This 4th base gets missed. It's going to be fully saturated. This base was exposed, and this base would have been the target, but that's a massive mule hammer. Oh my, that's a lot of mules. Mules get thrown down, and the base is getting up and running. And now with this 4th base, technically Philosopher can stabilize, but he needs a lot of time. He needs a lot of time to actually build up and fortify themselves. Unlike these center 2 bases here, the 4th base that Philosopher opted to go for is very exposed. It's very exposed. It's very out in the open here. It's going to be very difficult to defend, more so than any of these other options. So best of luck to Philosopher, defending against a ground army, specifically against the Ultras. So this is going to be a... I mean, there's a lot of tanks, that is true, but the tanks are on their own. Like, there's no support. There's no support for the tanks. Not yet. We got our Marines moving in. It's one of those things that now Philosopher is turtling, but this was necessary earlier when he was taking like the closer expansions, right? When he was taking this base, like this is where he needed to just turtle up as hard as he could. And now he's turtling, but like he has to invest so heavily into all this Sim City, more so than he would have needed to otherwise. Like he's doing the best he can given the situation, as in like to hold on to this base, we do need all these like depots and turrets, but it's just such a big investment. And I mean, technically, it will make it difficult for Ultras to engage, I suppose. But at the same time, Zertanus can just go for another expansion, right? Like, it would be easier to just break a different CC at this point. Speaking of, Zertanus has been maxed out for a while. This is where we have to be a little bit critical of Zertanus. Once you're maxed out, there's no reason not to be trading. Zertanus has a massive bank, but that bank means nothing if you're not doing anything with your army. There is a world, there's a chance where if you take a bad fight, if it takes too long to remax, then the Terran player can overwhelm, even if the Zerg player has a bank, as you're going to be limited by your larva. So this is where you do want to be trading, and want to be throwing away and trading Ultras, trading Ling Bane, then rebuilding and remaxing and just maintaining yourself. Philosopher is being allowed to stabilize. He was down 100 supply, now he's down 40 supply, so Philosopher has been slowly recovering and slowly catching up. Still doesn't have the best economy here, but again is that much closer here to maxing out. That's why I'm gonna soon move in. Soon moving in. Thankfully for Zertanus, Philosopher is missing macro cycles. There we go. 12 Marines on the way. Now Philosopher down 20 supply. Now thankfully for Zertanus as well, Philosopher is going pure Marine tank. What I mean by that, where's the Academy? Where are the Ghosts? Whether it's against Ultras, Broodlords, Vipers, Infestors. What's the meme? What's the copy pasta? Ghosts are necessary in the late game, and right now there are 0 Ghosts. So even though that now we're maxed, again, Philosopher, he was down 100 supply, and now he's maxed out, but the supply does lie. One army is not quite like the other. Zertanus does move out, and is going to just barrel through all these tanks. Yeah, the Ultras, they're well upgraded, they're on 3-3. They break through the first line, they barely break through the second. Not the cleanest fight here from Zertanus, but oh god, and it's going to be forced back. But remember, Zertanus, we can remax. There we go, 13 Ultras on the way. This is why we did have to trade. This is the kind of the strength that Zertanus has now that they have map control and have a bank, is to trade, remax, and just do that over and over and over again. And this is an army that Philosopher cannot rebuild. And again, without any Ghosts, without any Liberators, with purely Marine tank, like, it's just not an army that scales well into the late game. Oh, let's go! we pull the boys! The boys are being pulled. It's all or nothing here for Philosopher. We commit, Pappy, we commit. Ultras have arrived. Zertanus, he dives in, catches out the fire, catches out the tanks. And the Ultras will clean this up. Yeah, from here, there's nothing left over. GG gets called. Well played. And Zertanus will take the game. We'll take the game. To kind of stumble our way into the late game, but something that Zertanus was doing that Philosopher wasn't, was scaling up, right? Zertanus was scaling up, getting into Hive Tech, getting into Mass Ultra, done with like the Muta play or any Roach Ravage or anything like that. That's something that Philosopher failed to do when it comes to teching up. Likewise, when it comes to expanding and saturating, like it was a shaky game state, but regardless, GG. GG, well played. Zertanus takes it. Ooh, GG. Oh my god. I feel like Zertanus is just chilling and eating while it's happening. True, true. Could have ordered some Uber Eats. Gotten some food in. Making me jealous. Also hungry. Oh no. Oh, Esther ARJ Skater. No. As we do have another replay redeemed. Let's go. It's catching up with the chat. Oh, Rex as well. Esther Rex. Aye. Hold on. Where is Rex? Where are you? God damn it. Give replay. But yeah, looks like we have a couple of other replays redeemed in the chat. God, aye. You know, I was hoping to get some food, but nah, it's fine. It's, oh my god. So jumping right in. As we are jumping into our next game. Jumping into a PvP. Shout out to ARJ Skater in the chat. Gab, I mean, it's been a while. Good to see you. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner. We have the American Protoss player. We have the other player. We have the latter opponents. We have the red Protoss. It is the Fury. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. It is ARJ Skater. When it comes to the previous game, again, GG, well played. Again, did a great job taking up as well. The early game was a little bit shaky when it comes to expanding, when it comes to getting a secure 3-base economy as well. Likewise, unfortunately, didn't necessarily have the best vision to necessarily be determined as to how aggressive you can be and what buildings or what bases you can punish as well. But overall, GG. GG, Zertanus, GG. So we're settling in. We're settling into a Protoss versus Protoss. But Rex, I messaged you on Discord. Este Rex. It's catching up in the chat. I feel like sitting on seat 5cc while on 2 bases kind of hurt Philosopher. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's very true. Very true. It hurt a little bit. As we are going to be opening up, we have a we have a gate cyber opener out of AirJ Skater. Okay. Interesting. We have a more standard opener out of the Fury, going for a 2-gate opener back at home. So 2-gate opener into an expansion or into tech. But ARJ Skater is being a little bit greedy here. I say greedy, this does look like you have a faster expansion. Okay, so very greedy build by ARJ Skater. Gate into Cybercore into Nexus. Even Max doesn't do this, so a very greedy start in PvP. Now, this does prompt his opponent. The Fury does come in for a scout. The Fury should notice the missing second gateway, goes to the pylon in the main base, and if the Fury does confirm this Nexus, the Fury can respond with a 1-base all-in. Oh, nice scout. ARJ Skater does check the main, does deny the pylon. The Fury pulls away, confirms the tech. It's going to be a Stargate opener, but doesn't check the natural. And back at home, has yet to expand. Okay, let's go. Let us go. So again, a very greedy build here by AJ Skater. With that, they're going to be taking an economic lead. We have the Fury going for a much later expansion. He does not respond with a 1-base all-in. The Fury didn't really confirm the timing of the Nexus, so the Fury is playing a little bit blind here and is falling behind economically. Right now, the pressure is going to be on the Fury to get economic damage done on ARJ Skater. Speaking of economic damage, with the Stargate opener, we should be opening up with an Oracle. The Oracle can move out across the map, can wreak havoc, and can cripple the Fury. Can cripple. Also, give replay. So let's do move out. Meanwhile, it's not. Oh, okay. It's going to be a Void Ray opener out of AOJ Skater instead. Interesting choice. Double Adept do get into the middle line. 2 Adepts taking 1-shot probes. Probes going to be going down. Where is the ground army here, as we have been skipping some units? Yeah, AOJ Skater is going to be punished. Does have 1 Stalker in the main base. Probes going to be going down. Nice target firing here out of the Fury. And a really rough setup here from AOJ Skater. As Warp Gate was delayed. Again, no Oracle. With that, 7 probes go down, and even though the Fury had a later Nexus, suddenly the Fury has the better economy. He's up to 27 workers. So ARJ Skater did kind of fumble the defense here. I would say had a stronger opener, but Last wasn't able to maintain that lead. Behind this, trying to wall up. Get into zone 3-gate follow-up. Forge on the way as well. And we have the Fury taking up into Blink. So we have faster Blink out of the Fury. We'll be getting into Blink Stalkers in the mid-game. AirJ Skater stuck at home. From here, we have a couple of options. Now, first things first, because of the Stargate opener, AirJ Skater should be aware that he's going to be behind when it comes to Blink and any kind of gateway composition. Because of that, a lot of pro players from this position would actually go Robo, and they'd go into Immortal production, and they'd go into like Glaives or Charge, skip Blink, and go into like a 2-base or 3-base all-in, with like Massive Mortal Glaive Adept or Massive Mortal Charge. Here we have the upgrade lead here from AJ Skater. I am concerned that AJ Skater might just play from behind and go into like a later Blink timing or something, but we'll see, as we do have a Robo follow-up. Okay, already I'm appreciating this. So +1, Robo, I'm hoping for Immortal production. Void Race on the way. I mean, because Robo is late, the Void Ray does make sense. Voiders are just very defensive. They're very defensive here in PvP. It is blind. We have limited vision. This is where scouting and just scouting in general here would help AJ Skater quite a bit with knowing what he needs to make. So let's get an Adept. Shade is denied. Fury moves out with the Observer. And behind this, Blink is about to finish. Getting into Blink, now getting into Charge, so a mass gateway composition by the Fury. AJ Skater, yeah, is going for a much later Twilight Council. There's the Immortal production. Again, from here, I would not be opposed to something like Glaives or like Charge and just skipping Blink, but we'll see what AJ Skater does embrace. Just now trying to resaturate on 2 bases. At this point, now the Fury, he should be taking a third. The Fury has Blink, has map control currently, has vision everywhere. The Fury should be getting a greater economy here to supplement the greater army that AJ Skater is going to be building up with like mass Immortal. Instead, we have more gateways. So the lack of third base is going to be hurting the Fury, where they should have like a greater economy. And it looks like they're now going for the third, but it's going to be a very late third base for the Fury. It will at least be on the way. As we're settling in, yo, shout out to Tallymo in the chat. Baby God, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tallymo. Do appreciate it. Aye. To the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. Do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Catching up with the chat. Remember, I'm also a Zerg player. Please remember Plats. I mean, there's no reason not to get some nice feedback. I would assume. What do you mean? What are you talking about? As now we have a third base on the way. Third base is being taken from both players. Again, some later third expansions, and the Fury definitely could have gone a little bit faster just because of that map control. But we are now building up into the mid game. Here we go. As we are going to be thankfully skipping Blink and going straight into Charge. So Charge into Immortal production. Like, the army composition here does make plenty of sense. Does make sense. +1 air attack? Okay, this less so. What are we... God damn it. We have +1 air attack on the way, and we're not stopping Void Ray production. So for those that are curious, Void Rays, they have their place in the in the early game. Void Rays are like an alternative to Immortals. If you know that you're being all in, and if you're in danger, then Void Rays, they have their place. But as the game scales in PvP, Void Rays, they fall off. Like, Void Rays, they don't scale into the mid game or into the late game. So the continued Void Ray production feels like really scared play here by AJ Skater. As he's still continuing Void Rays. God damn. Este Skater. Meanwhile, the Fury is going double Robo. Okay. Double Robo into Immortals. Again, just really scared play as well. Cannon, shield batteries. This is where, like, the Fury has less of a reason to be concerned. The Fury has an Observer seeing everything. Like, he sees everything that AJ Skater is doing. Despite that, is unfortunately missing, like, probe cycles and is fortifying and defending really hard here with cannons and shield batteries. This is kind of like a waste of resources and, yeah, a bit of a misread here from the Fury. Oh, does get the Observer. Nice catch. Observer goes down. And the Fury is also going into his own mass Immortal. Double Robo production, double Immortals at a time, double upgrades as well. The Fury did see the high Void Ray count, so we should be seeing a bigger commitment here into Stalkers to reinforce. I would hope to see. Here we're just going to be expanding, saturating. No major tech transitions yet. And there's been no major move-outs either. Like, both players have just been chilling back at home, slowly building up, playing very scared as well. AJ Skater gonna be the first to push. When it comes to the defensive setup here, I would say that the Fury has enough to defend, but we'll see how he responds. Void Ray is gonna be the first to go down. Again, as we mentioned, like, Void Rays don't really scale well, and they should all fall. I say that 3 Void Rays do survive. A bit of an awkward angle here for the Fury. Here's an awkward angle. Like, as behind the Fury slipping into the natural, not bad. Getting into the mineral line. Zell say to bust in, Probe's gonna be going down. AJ Skater, does he turn around? Ideally, we'd have a defensive warp in here, as he does pull away. Your Stalkers to reinforce back at home. Upon seeing the lack of any Archons or lack of any splash damage, that's where Zealot reinforcements are ideal. There's a reason why, like, typically Protoss armies that scale from Charged Alt into Charged Alt Archon to help deal with that, as Immortal Stalker has a very hard time dealing with Zealots. For now, we're just sticking with the same compositions. Void Rays get targeted. There's one Void Ray left. That's still a lot of Immortals here from the Fury, but so many of them just not attacking. Yeah, so many Immortals just wasted DPS here from the Fury as they're caught in the back line. Despite that, does break through. Here come those Zealots. Zealots do move in. Immortals getting caught out. Again, Zealots just do a great job of just tanking shots. And we should be able to get on top of that final Immortal. Yeah, one Immortal left. Just barely one. And the Immortal should be going down. We know there's reinforced. Where's the warp in? Where's the warp in? We need those Zealots. As AJ Skater, he's barely pushing through. Where's the... I mean, even without the warp in, it doesn't matter. Without the warp in, it doesn't matter. He breaks through that defensive line. The cannons that don't help, they're just a little bit too far away. Immortal goes down. And AJ Skater does break through. Wait, where are we warping in? What just happened? He does push through. At least attempts to. From here with these with the warp in, looks like AJ Skater, he doesn't reinforce, not able to reinforce, back at home. Yeah, he's been warping in. So the Fury holds. The Fury does hold on. A pretty close attack here, and again, AJ Skater, he almost completely killed the Fury, but barely does run out of steam. Go basically up and running, but there's no saturation, not yet. The game continues. Let's go. This would be the moment where the Fury has a counterattack. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a prism. He does not have a warp prism, so he cannot reinforce. So that most likely is going to be slowing him down. Behind this, making more Immortals. So the Fury does have the opportunity to counterattack, has a much larger army, but is stuck at home. It's stuck at home, doesn't move out. This is giving AJ Skater the opportunity to actually saturate the goal base and to recover. How many gateways do we have? 6. Oh, okay, that's most likely why we were, yeah, it wasn't quite helping here. The gateway count is really low. At this point, we want to get up to 8, up to 10, maybe even gateways, especially once the goal base gets up and running. So the gateway count is really low here for AJ Skater, so he has limited warp-ins. Only 6 at a time. So low gate counts. This means that it's just difficult here for AJ Skater to spend his money. We're stuck at home. We're gonna just recover. We're just gonna calm down, get a 4th base, max out. Let's go, let's go. That's Skytoss on the way. You know, despite not having the best production setup here, AJ Skater, he's teching, right? He's teching up, getting into a fleet beacon, a Stargate. From here, we have options. I would say either getting into Tempest or Carrier. Once again, as we mentioned previously, Void Rays didn't really scale well, and the Void Rays that weren't really a major factor in that fight earlier. As you saw, they were the first things to die. So I'm not too fond of the idea of spending resources on Void Rays again. Preparing for like either Tempest or Carrier would be ideal. That is like the ideal late game in PvP. Specifically Tempest. Carriers, they're good if your opponent doesn't have Sky Toss. But if your opponent does have Sky Toss, then it's like Tempest versus Tempest, right? So we can head in either direction. I'm hoping this isn't like Flux Veins and Mass Void Ray. That's what that's what I'm hoping that this isn't. Oh no. So I'm a little bit concerned coming into this. A little bit. Let's go! Tempest on the way! Beautiful. We're getting there. Tempests are on the way. Making one at a time. Meanwhile, the Fury double expands. He double expands. A little bit of both. Yeah, Tempest Carrier. I mean, regardless, like, this is still a better setup. When it comes to our economies, we're getting fully saturated, taking our gases. We're still lacking gas, as you can see. As we don't have any gas saturation here at the natural, no gases or lack of gas saturation here at the 4th base as well. Yeah, lack of gas here in the main, so that's why there's a disparity when it comes to the economy. There's like an abundance of minerals and barely any gas. So the economy is a little bit lackluster for AJ Scarer, so he can't fully make use of his production. Take your gases, Bappy, take your gases. So AJ Skater is being active. Here we go. As we are building up. When it comes to the Fury, this is where, as the opposing Protoss, oh Jesus, this is where, as the opposing Protoss player is still like committed, mass committed here to Stalker Immortal, which isn't bad, but if he was aware of what was happening, this is where things get a little bit scary for the Fury, where he also needs to tech up. I mean, AOJ Skater, he hasn't hit critical mass of Sky Toss yet, thankfully. Tempests are building up. Again, the Fury still has no idea. He, actually, never mind. I say he has no idea. He sees. The Observer, he sees the Tempest. He sees, man. He knows. We need our own Sky Toss. Por favor. I mean, technically, you can go mass Blink Stalker, and you can try to, like, overrun this, but it is very risky. It's very risky trying to rely on just mass Blink Stalker to bring this down. Again, if he didn't notice with the Observer, he sees with a Stalker, he sees a Tempest. And we're going for the Dark Shrine. Ideally, we want to see like our own Stargates, our own Fleet Beacon, our own setup into Sky Toss as well. But he's sticking to the ground. He's afraid of heights. I don't blame him. That's fair. So he doesn't take to the skies. Keeps his feet on the ground. Okay, let's see if we can pull it off. Again, it is possible. It is possible to pull this off with like a mass Stalker army. If you can catch AJ Skater out of position. True. But AJ Skater does move out. Does break through. Takes down the expansion. Does bring down the Nexus. The Fury responds. Gonna rotate over. Does try to rotate. So far, Massive Tempest Volley is going to be going off. Catching out some of the Stalkers. Not bad. Rough move command as well. Yeah, it does move command in. We'll take down the first Tempest. The Tempest, they do have to kite back here as he does target down the carriers. Yeah, and he will lose everything. Everything just goes down. Tries to target the carriers, and AJ Skater snowballs out of control. He breaks through the main army. We do have a warping across the map, but hopefully AJ Skater just commits. Send it, Pappy. Look. Oh no. As he does break through. Takes down the main army. Keep going. Send. Oh, there's no detection. Uh-oh. Do we have an observer? There is one observer. Keep going. Where are we? Where? I know. As AJ Skater does turn back around, but we can just commit. There's nothing stopping you. Oh no. Yo, I can't wait for the Fury to say, where did the Tempest come from? Like, he's like, what happened? Why are there suddenly Tempest? What do you mean? You saw them like 10 minutes ago. God damn it. Oh no. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Man, just to emphasize, like, especially like once we get into something like Skytoss, like typically it is heavily required for the opposing player to get there as well. Or again, as you mentioned, like you can go into like Mass Stalker and you can try to like get a surround or flank or come in from behind and maybe like pick up like a Tempest at a time. But like in a head-on fight, it is difficult. It's very difficult just because they gain so much value. As we are going for a DT counterattack. It's true. Who could have seen the Tempest coming? Who could have seen him coming? True. It's crazy. I couldn't see them coming. As ETs, they do get the expansion. They do get the expansion. AJ Skater moving in. I mean, hey, the DTs, they're getting damage done. True. They're getting a couple of aces. Next eye falling. AJ Skater, this one we can just aim it in. We can just go for the elimination. We can just kill every building. We can just send it. But AJ Skater, he might be thinking about recalling. Because that is going to be 2 bases going down. What's the plan? Where are we headed? Is he typing an essay? Is that what's happening right here? Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. We're going for the base trade. Now okay, I was gonna say, is there a probe top left? Not quite. So there's no workers out on the map. There are 3 probes left. They're all in the main base. So ARJ Skater should not lose this base trade, as there's only these buildings in the main. There's an observer, there's a couple of DTs, there's a couple of stray units. Ah, no. Smurge. Unfortunately, the Fury, to like add to what's being said, the Fury, he never saw the gold. If you remember when he was harassing, when he was killing probes, he never saw the gold base until later. So the gold base also allowed AJ Skater to recover. But AJ Skater did have the better fights, the better engage, the better tech. Smurge back, Smurge. Technically, the Fury did have some better upgrades with GG. GG, well played. ARJ Skater does take the game. Does take down the Fury. GG. GG, Pappy, GG. Well played. It was chaotic. You did well, Pappy, you did well. Just catching up in the chat. Just catching up. But again, thank you so much, Tally. Thank you. What league is this game? Around Platinum. I think AJ Skater explains. Platinum 2 to 3. Yeah. I don't know how I won. No, you teched up, Pappy. Did well. Actually, similarly to Zertanis, right? If you remember, Zertanis also was able to like get a greater economy, max out, take up to ultras. Opponent failed to do so. Similar here as well. Mass Oracle incoming. I'm just glad we didn't commit into Mass Void Ray. Okay, I'm happy about that. I'm happy. Thank you, AJ Skater. Thank you. GG, GG. The Fury in utter disbelief. Utter disbelief. Ah, the mental was broken. But GG, well played. And yeah, as AJ Skater was saying, is a Zerg player main, off racing is Protoss. GG. Also, we did have another replay redeemed by Rex. Rex redeemed another replay. But I just messaged Rex. He's a Taiwanese Zerg pro player. Rex is even going to star as Zagora, by the way. But Rex, he just messaged me. He's saying he'll give me the replay next time. He's at the gym. So take care, Rex. Take care if you're listening at the gym. Hope you're getting swole. Look after yourselves. And good luck at Star Zagora. Good luck. I'll be cheering for you. We'll be cheering for you at Star Zagora. GG. So we'll be watching Rex's game another day. There we go. But with that, we are going to be wrapping up. That does conclude our viewer replay cast. We just had 2 viewer replays, and I guess Rex's future viewer replay as well. We'll get there, as he's busy at the gym. Oh. Hold on. As I do have to send replays to Chicken Man. I don't know if he's still awake. Okay, so 72. Hold on, I'll very quickly send the replays to Chicken Man. But I did want to touch on something while we had the chance here. Un momento. Of course, we're going to be live in 2 hours, in like 2.5 hours time. Or in a couple of hours, we're going to be live. Yeah, 2.5 hours, we're going to be live with our next tournament with Duckling Open. I actually need some time to get that ready, so we will have some downtime here on the stream. So in 2.5 hours, we're going to be live with Duckling Open. That actually is an amateur event for bronze to diamond players. We could even see players like Zertanis, players like ARJ Skater compete in that tournament as well, and many others. There is an MMR limit, so that's going to be later on this evening, so do tune in if you're interested. Otherwise, hold on. What was your reaction when Force had a Diamond League border? I mean, I guess it's fitting. It's fine. It's all good. You know, some players have like other stronger matchups, like some stronger matchups than others, all that stuff. And didn't play too poorly. Had his own moments. There we go. We are going to be wrapping up for the time being. I did also just want to quickly touch on something as well, just because I felt like it was a little bit necessary to do so. Later on this week, we're going to be going over the topic a little bit more in depth when it comes to the future of StarCraft and EPT during the podcast. We do speak on a weekly basis, every single week, whether it's on Thursday or Wednesday or Friday during the podcast. We do try to keep that consistent. That is our weekly talk show, our weekly SE2 talk show. And of course, the big news this week is of course related to the EPT. It was a little bit bittersweet news here today, just because Hold on, I'll clean this up. Just because it was announced that StarCraft 2 was going to be a part of EWC, the Esports World Cup. So suddenly it was like, oh, that's great. Like, you know, we finally got the news, like we expected it, and it finally arrived. But it did come alongside the news of the EPT being discontinued, the ESL Pro Tour, for those that are unaware. So this was announced last night. We were actually live streaming Final Fantasy at the time. We were streaming Final Fantasy, and then the news came in, and we couldn't really speak too much on it because we were busy doing something else. But this was announced last night, and again, we're probably going to be talking more in depth regarding this later on this week during the podcast. But it's a pretty big deal, and it's a pretty big announcement. Something that we were aware of is that negotiations were taking place between ESL and EWC when it comes to trying to secure a multi-year deal regarding SC2. For those that are unaware, the Esports World Cup, they are kind of becoming like they're like monopolizing esports, and a lot of different esports have secured multi-year deals. For example, like CSGO and League of Legends, like a lot of these other esports are confirmed up until, I want to say 2028. It's either 2027 or 2028. I think it's like 3 or 4 years. I know that EWC have plans to continue up until at least 2028, so that is something that they've kind of like already set up and are building towards. So because of that, I'm sure negotiations were taking place between ESL and EWC. That's most likely why this announcement was so late, just because I'm sure they were in talks and they were trying to like work that out. But it looks like those negotiations failed. It looks like that in the end they couldn't come to like an agreement. Obviously we don't know the details. We don't know if EWC were maybe not happy with the viewership or not happy with how reliant StarCraft was going to be on EWC, or maybe it's even the uncertainty of being locked into a multi-year deal with StarCraft with also like Stormgate around the corner, right? And like the uncertainty of if Stormgate comes out, and if a lot of players switch over, then suddenly you're stuck with this contract with SE2, and like the hype isn't there, or the player base isn't there. Like I don't know the details, I don't know the specifics, I don't know the rationale, but what we do know is that they did not agree on that multi-year circuit. On top of that, they didn't agree to continue to support the ESL Pro Tour, which I'm sure is what EPT were hoping for. They were hoping for, sorry, which I'm sure was ESL was hoping for, was to continue the EPT with support from EWC. I know there's a lot of acronyms. I know there's this E's all over the place, so I do apologize if it jumbles up a little bit. Yeah, that's it's really sad. It's really unfortunate. Right now, a lot of people are talking on it as well. Basically, we have StarCraft confirmed for EWC, but nothing confirmed afterwards. The EPT has been discontinued, so there's no more ESL Pro Tour. What we can maybe hope for is that maybe StarCraft will continue to be at the Esports World Cup, like on an annual basis, but there's no other league, right? There's no like IM Katowice. I mean, there was never going to be another IM Katowice. It's IM Krakow nowadays anyway. But there's going to be like no IM Krakow or like DreamHack Dallas or DreamHack like Stockholm or DreamHack Valencia or anything like that for StarCraft 2. That I think we can say with certainty that those events will not be occurring. We can maybe hope for like an annual EWC appearance. I think that's the most we can really hope for. And yeah, yeah, because of that, it's a pretty big deal, and it's going to impact the StarCraft community quite a bit. After EWC, it feels like it's going to be almost like a finale to this era of StarCraft. What I mean by that's the ESL, the EPT era, right? From 2020 up to 2025. Now 5 years of support from ESL. It's been a great 5 years. It's where we rose up. We started casting full time during COVID, during 2020. So as EPT was coming in, that's when we started casting and streaming full time. It's been, you know, a good 5 years, and EPT now does come to an end and does come to a close. Most likely this is going to cause a lot of retirements after Esports World Cup. That I think is probably a certainty there. It's kind of uncertain as to what the scene is going to look like after EWC. I can say that we'll do our best to continue to host events and to cast as much as we can, as we always have. I mean, that's what we do. That's what we do here on the CranKy Ducklings, as always. When it comes to, like, for example, like our schedule here is not really reliant on EPT, is not reliant on EWC. Like, we have, you know, cast every single day, multiple times a day, whether it's Kung Fu Cup, whether it's KSL, whether it's Stego Monday, whether it's Wardy TV Monday, our own tournaments. What I will say is that a lot of these events are crowd-funded. KSL, hey, hold on, there's a command, right? Like, there's KSL in the chat, that's via Patreon. Our tournaments are via Patreon. Wardy's events also via Patreon as well. When I say his events, not his weeklies, but like his spring championship and his summer championship and his winter championship, that's all done via Patreon. Uthermal, his events are via Patreon as well. Uthermal, his events are not sorry, they are by Patreon. They're crowdfunded. The Pigastore Mondays are sponsored by Pig, who gets supported by the viewers on YouTube and by his own revenue, outside of casting and outside of EWC. So a lot of these events most likely will continue, and they can continue, but what I will say is the player base is going to be impacted. That's the big thing, is that there's a lot of players rely on big tournaments to sustain themselves, and that won't be a thing anymore, and that will negatively impact the scene. All these weeklies and other seasonal events can continue, and like Home Story Cup and like a couple of other events here and there, but when it comes like the big events and the big payouts, those won't necessarily be a thing, and that is going to shape StarCraft moving forward in a bit of a different way. We spoke about this previously during a different podcast, how when it comes to StarCraft, most likely I can see it going the way of Brood War. For those who don't know how Brood War works, Brood War is constructed in such a way where ASL and like the GSL of Brood War, players that don't rely on prize money to survive and to play Brood War full time. Players in Brood War, they're all streamers. If you didn't know this, like all the players, they're all streamers. They're all streamers, and the way that they make their money is via their streams, is via their donations, their fans, their viewer base. Like that is how they make their money, not through tournament earnings. Tournament earnings are they're like supplementary for Brood War. Whereas in SE2 currently that isn't the case. Cyril doesn't really stream, Raynor does a little bit, and Gabe does, Showtime does, Lambo, a Laser. There are some players that also do content creation, and that's kind of the direction that most likely things are going to take, where if you want to be a pro player, if you want to compete, if you want to like earn a living playing StarCraft, then most likely you have to make content. Like I'm thinking of like people that are going to be fine here are like Uthermal. Uthermal has a massive YouTube channel. Winter, Loco, Pig, as I mentioned before, like Harstem, right? Harstem has a big YouTube channel. Sort of does a lot of streaming. Again, Lambo, Gabe, like these are the guys that are going to be in a better position. People that are going to be struggling a little bit more are people like Cyril, people like Maru. A lot of the Koreans don't really stream, or they don't really make content like that. So a lot of the Koreans, like I do see them struggling a lot more when it comes to this like adaptive period coming into like the StarCraft like scene and the StarCraft ecosystem. I do think that's kind of how people have to transition a little bit when it comes to like the pro player scene. So that's definitely going to be a concern, and we'll see who makes that switch. I know that like Nightmare does a lot of streaming, Shin makes a lot of content on YouTube, so I think players like people like Shin, people like Nightmare, I think they're going to be a little bit more okay. But those that are heavily reliant on prize money and prize earnings are going to be struggling a lot more. So we'll see how that happens. Meanwhile, when it comes to tournament organizers, that's where we also have to try to step up a little bit. When I say that, we'll see what happens, but potentially, I mentioned before that right now a lot of the tournaments are funded by the community, and it's really cool to see the community come together and support all these events. Potentially, and we'll see how much cooperation that's going to be, we could try to bring together some more I would say it's probably important for maybe some more collaboration in the future between content creators and casters. I'm referring to some of the bigger names. I'm referring to like Loco and Winter, for example. Like Loco, Winter, they get like millions of views on YouTube on a monthly basis. If they step up and if they start hosting events themselves, and if they start crowdfunding for events, then maybe we can have some relatively consistent tournaments going on, not just them, but even like Wardy and ourselves and Chicken Man. And I think it's going to be an important period in time this year in how we decide to work together and try to fill the void that there's going to be when it comes to like big online tournaments. I think Wax Angel said something similarly about it. He's like, you know, I think Wax Angel, I think he posed a question like, what if we had less weeklies and more like big online events with like a couple of $1,000 like as a prize pool? Like how would that look, sort of thing? I think it's worth like considering. I don't know exactly how, like what the best course of action is going to be, but I think there's value in trying to host like a more regular online league, bearing in mind that the prize money is going to be nowhere near what the prize money is for a DreamHack Dallas or an EWC, but it'll be substantial enough to like, again, be more of like a supplementary income for these players that ideally would also be earning money elsewhere as well. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting period in StarCraft, and we'll see what happens. we'll see what happens. It's definitely a little bit concerning. It's definitely going to be a very challenging time for fans, viewers, casters, players alike, all in different ways. I know that I'm a little bit uncertain about our future for sure. I know that, as always, you know, we cast more than any other channel out there. That'll continue. We're going to continue casting, continue hosting our tournaments, and casting whenever we can and doing whatever we can for the scene. But we'll see what comes after that, I suppose. We'll see. Smooch. I think both could maintain some level of circuit. At this point, I don't know if it's worth like even discussing that. Like, I feel like at this point we have to like accept where things are and try to look for a better way forward when it comes to what we should be doing as a scene and as a community. So yeah, we'll see what happens. It's gonna be, yeah, like post EWC this year, it's gonna be a little bit shaky. And we'll see what happens. Again, as I was trying to emphasize before, I can see a lot of like the content creators and casters still continuing, of course, but what we are able to achieve together, I think, is going to be the most important thing, and that I'm not so sure about. That I don't know. But yeah, it's gonna be an important forming couple of months for StarCraft, and we'll do our best as always, and of course support all the other content creators out there as well with their own endeavors, with their own tournaments, whether it's Thermal with his 2v2 tournaments, whether it's the KSL, right, with their events, whether it's Wardy and his tournaments, whether it's Steadfast, Rotterdam, right, the Basilisk Big Brain bouts, and all these other tournaments that go on. So yeah, we'll do our best, Matthew. We'll do our best. Yeah, GG, well played. It's gonna be an interesting year, let me say that, at least an interesting year. And yeah, all I can say is that the CranKy Ducklings will always be there. We'll always be there, even if we have to like deviate away at some point, even a little bit. We'll always be hosting our tournaments and casting StarCraft. We'll be there, we'll be there. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for support. We do appreciate it, and again, later on tonight we're going to be casting the Sea Duckling Open, and I guess we'll be talking a little bit more in depth about like about EPT and like the future of StarCraft over the podcast, talking more in depth. But otherwise, I'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys in a couple of hours. I have to go vet players and admin the tournament, so yeah, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. See you next time. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.